Good morning, TGIF, huh? All right, October 24th, 2025, 8 o'clock in the morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading, my virtual trading journal. I stream live every morning of the every trading day morning, I should say, from 8 o'clock in the morning now, Central Standard Time, until 1500, which is the cash close. Any times that I refer to or that are on my charts here, visible on the on the stream, are Central Standard Time. This, as I said, is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that I believe journaling is very important, but I do not want to be having to multitask and divide my focus away from the trading environment to be doing screen snaps and typing and all those things. So I landed on this idea. Everything that's on my trading screens and that I'm looking at, making decisions on, is captured in the video, and my voice over provides insight as to what I was thinking. Also, then, the recording and the stream is a completely transparent and fully accountable record of, I take no trades off the stream, very definitely, commitment, and that can be viewed and witnessed. So there you go. The stream is my virtual trading journal. It is not for financial advice or for trade advice, but I do share everything that I'm doing and thinking with the stream. So let's, I don't know, I forgot something, but let's zoom right past all of that. I'm not monetized by any way either with YouTube. And so, likes and subs is great. Drop something in the chat. That's super. Let's get on with it here, I think. Let's get on with the reports, shall we? And reports we had today for a change, today, for the first time in a long time, we had some economic data out. We had this CPI, and we're going to have the PMI pretty, at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock, and we are going to have the Michigan number out also at 9 o'clock. That can be a market mover. So, yay, we got some numbers out. That's a little suspicious to me that the government is shut down. We haven't been able to put out any numbers for several weeks, including non-farm payroll. But miraculously, we're able to put out some numbers the Friday before a Fed rate meeting. And those numbers just are coincidentally positive. I hate to sound conspiracy related, but I don't know what to think about it, to be honest with you. This is my news source. This is IRT. This is investing.com, which is free. You can filter it to your time zone, what reports you're interested in, your country, whatever else you'd like to do. And I like the presentation of it because it's nice and clean. You can, for screen snapping and posting into Discord or wherever else. Also, we're in earnings season. Don't forget that. But Friday is a nothing burger for earnings. And they've already, all of them have already reported prior to the open. Monday, we got a few, and then it'll pick up a bit more on Tuesday, and on we go into earnings season. The next news source that I use, also free, but of course you can pay for either one or both, whichever you decide, is Financial Juice. It has a similar docket here, but I don't like the format nearly as well for for screen capturing. It does have, however, a more of a squawk box feel going on the right column. And I see that our Trump is heading for my home country there, Malaysia. We lived over in Malaysia. I lived in Kuala Lumpur for almost 12 years. Love it. I didn't know he was going over there. That must be where the Asian Summit is, I guess. Beautiful country, lovely people, great place to live, great standard of living. We do have, as I said, a couple of more reports coming out, so keep, hooking and hang on for that. Manage your risk. Manage your risk. That's the key. Your main primary directive responsibility as a trader is to preserve your account. The only way you can do that is manage your risk. So we'll have some more numbers out pretty quick, and I'll stop ranting and raving about all that stuff. And let's get on with the pre-market. Here we are. Okay, guess what? On that market news, we're going to be opening in a gap up substantially. There was yesterday's close, RTH close, and here we are now. Oh boy. We've put in a new all-time high up here in the ETH once again, as this one was. This is the all-time high that as far as we could get in the RTH. So here we are now. My workflow here, let me just catch up with myself, is to change revisited numbers to the text is black. Okay. So let's get back and get into it now. I'm getting all distracted here. This is my the ES, the mini, and the Renko chart, obviously, and the Renko or the mini NQ. The higher time frame chart, which I call micro composite. It's very simple. It's an RTH session only. And daily bars. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. Here was this most recent market micro composite here because of the gap we had, which we have not closed, between the 17th and the 20th. And now we're going to get another one up here. So this will probably go away and we'll start over again. Gap up at all-time highs. Crazy. In a government shutdown with questionable numbers about CPI, we'll see what PMI has to say. If you're a human and you live here and you participate in life, could you honestly say that you don't think that there's an increasing inflation? Are prices not getting higher at the pump, the grocery store? In my world they are, but I'd like to live in whatever world the person that put that data together lives in. And this is the market profile chart, which is, is what it is. Now, the high and low volume nodes here in the micro composite push automatically to bookmap. These are the red and green lines, and the session prices push automatically to bookmap, which is right over here. And here's bookmap. This is the dome, or the price book, or whatever you want to call it. Level 2, obviously. This is the micro composite columns where I manually enter these levels from the micro composite chart. And here are the high and low volume nodes pushed automatically from IRT to bookmap. This is the full session volume profile. Started plotting at 1700 last night. The RTH volume profile, which will reset at 8:30 this morning. And this is my all-important notes and statistics column, which we'll deal with here in a second. And these are the session prices pushed real time from IRT. Notice there are no indicators on my charts, my IRT or my bookmap. There's only a few levels. Nothing that I do is mysterious or magical. It's all simple, straightforward data and probability or statistically driven, period. Prices over here, POC, full session, a darker yellow. POC, simply the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. 3,592 contracts have traded at 67.95 in the overnight. The minute that any one of these prices exceeds 35.92 and becomes 35.93, this yellow line is going to move there. That's all there is to it. And the same goes for the RTH volume profile, which is off the screen to the bottom because of the gap. This is the RTH mid. We have a VWAP for Globex and a VWAP for the RTH. We also have, if you can see them here, there is the IB levels, which is the IB high and the IB low. Sometimes confusing. They are simply, because of the name, it stands for initial balance. It's an old market profile thing. Actually, the IB high and the IB low are nothing more complicated than a marker of the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. And that's exactly it. So there we go. Now, the first thing I do with the notes column is change the column title to reflect the open type. And we are going to be higher out of range, big time, gap up. Okay? The reason I do that is when I look at a snap or the stream, I can just take a glance there and know a lot of information about the open type, what happened in the overnight, etc., or the ETH, etc. The next thing I do is, here's our migrating VPOC flags and the statistics from yesterday. The next thing is to clear the notes, and we're going to do them again today. Let's look at the statistics, which comes from this study in IRT. Here is, there's only 4 open types: gap up, higher out of range, higher in range, lower in range, lower out of range, which is gap down. IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type column, but only after 8:30 when we open. We know right now, because of our location, that we are going to open higher in range. And how did I determine that? Okay. Here is, if we opened right here, right now, how would that opening price relate to the previous RTH close? It would very definitely be higher, right? And how would it relate to the previous RTH range? Well, wherever the the range high was is not showing up over here. Let's just see if we see it on these. And I don't. Let's see if it's not right here. Yeah, there we go. There's the previous RTH high. So we are higher out of range. I'm also going to take the opportunity right now to enter the gap low, which is the previous RTH high. And that will be right there in my world. And I do that like this. That's the gap low, remember? And that's from whatever yesterday was, 23. Okay, there we go. Now we've got the gap low from yesterday. All right. So let's go back. Now we know how to determine the opening type. We go back here to the higher out of range. And this study is real simple, like everything else I do. I didn't say trading was easy, but it doesn't have to be complicated, or, you know, you don't need to wear a pointy hat and have a magic wand. The study looks at 2,000 days, trading days. Of these 2,000 trading days, we opened higher out of range 513 of them. Of the 513 days where we opened higher out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.7% of the time. Overnight volume point of control 80.7. Boop. Well, would help if I got them right, huh? And that's all there is to it. I will now simply just go down the list. The overnight high is 76.2%. Overnight high. Okay. The overnight mid, a previous high is 66.1. We already know where that is, right? It's right there. So it's 66.1% of the time. We've already identified that. The overnight mid is 65.1. Where'd that go? Right here, huh? The IB high is 64.9. So that's an important one. That's the IB high. We talked, was that? Yeah. 64.9. And you need to put the initials there because, remember the definition, just marks the high and low of the current RTH trading session. So the minute we open, this flag and this line are going to move to the high of wherever we opened, as will the low. And then pretty soon I'm going to be going, what the hell was 64.9? Well, now I'm going to know it was yesterday's IB high. I'm not going to do the low right now. Previous close is 49%. And I'm gonna do something. The overnight low is 35.3. Well, it's kind of all stacked up in here together, but we'll try it. 49.3. Okay. Now, those are the statistics. You see how to do that? Something that would be pretty important to do here is to be able to trade, wouldn't it? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to activate the trade control panel, which is this button right here with a padlock on it. You click that, and then you have to select a method that you will use to trade on this bookmap application with your mouse. The chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the active data column right here. The DOM, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the DOM columns, and both is obviously both of them. The next thing I do is I use multi-brackets. This is where the risk-neutral methodology comes in and is applied automatically. First thing you do is select a package size. In this case, it's risk-neutral 2 lots. You have to use an even number of contracts for the risk-neutral methodology. 2 lots. That's the smallest package size. And then you choose a stop loss for the entire package. And the first parameter that you better make sure you consider is the risk tolerance and risk parameters associated with your account or your prop thing or whatever it is you're doing. But that's key, you know. If your stop loss is bigger than your daily loss limit, you're in trouble, right? So you need to figure that out. You also need to take into consideration whether you're basing this on the ATR, average true range, or what's the volatility, what's the instrument you're trading. You know, if you trade the NASDAQ, 12 ticks wouldn't get you very far, right? Okay. Once this is decided, this size and stop loss, then the first risk neutral profit target is automatic. It's for half of the package, in this case 1 lot, and for the same number of ticks positively as the stop would be negative, 12 and 12. Then there's a runner, and you can do, you know, there's 4. Here's 4 high volatility, 24 ticks. You know, that's up to you to figure out. Then you close it, and now you're all set up. You notice that I have all the trade metrics up here as they are here. I don't need the rest of these tools in the trade control panel. So I confirm the package size. I confirm that I have it on both, obviously, or whichever selection. And then I click the button again. It stays green, the padlock stays open, but I get the real estate back, and I have all the metrics, plus I get a cancel all and close all. That's all I need. I'm set to go. One more thing to mention quickly is Blue Boy over here. Now, this is a top secret, very, very, very expensive indicator that I put on at the opening print of each session. And it is a vertical line. And that's all there is to it. There was the open of yesterday's RTH. Here's the open of last night's ETH. And when we open today, I'll slap a vertical line on there again. And the reason I do that, it's nothing more than a visual clue or cue for me. If I glance left and I see this blue line, I know that I have the entire session in view in the chart, and that keeps me absolutely grounded in the context for that session so far. Okay. Now I've got to do something I do every day, which is the IB or the TLab snap. And what might you say is the TLab snap? It is a thing I do and a post that I make into a Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. Come on. And it is I forgot where I am. See why I don't multitask? It is a snap that I put in every day. I do two. I do one at about 6 o'clock for the reports, and I do this snap every day at about 8:20. It just is an overview of several sessions, both RTH and ETH, all the numbers that might be applicable to help people in the TLab out that may not have the same kind of charting. And as again, the TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, who I believe is the real deal. Says he's been trading for over 46 years, and I have no reason not to believe him. I will say that he does not. Oh, another thing about the TLab, in particular, it's free. You don't have to, and you're never going to be solicited for anything, which is one of the reasons why I give him a plug every day. And I like Tom, but he doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. And it's a Discord place. So, it's a different thing completely than what I'm doing here, which is continual live action and narration. But I can, you're never going to see, for example, I'm sure you're never going to see a broker statement to verify that Tom trades live or not. I'm also positive you're never going to see a wrapped Lambo or gold chains. You know what I mean? I know for a fact, at least in my experience, you're never solicited for anything. He doesn't have anything for sale. And I can't make that statement for anybody else, even in the Bookmap Discord area, because there's lots of rooms. I haven't been to them. There you go. And you're not solicited for anything here. So there you go. There you have it. Now we are going to get ready to rumble here in about 6 minutes. What have I forgotten to do? Probably something. I don't know. Kind of ahead of schedule. That usually means I forgot something. We have numbers out, which is, nice to get sort of back to normal. Next week we'll have the Fed non-governmental things. We'll have the Fed rate decision, which is going to be a biggie. Okay, now what? Good morning, by the way. Smack a thumbs up and a like, and drop something in the chat wherever you are, whoever you are, whatever you think, whatever, you know. Remember that this is my virtual journal, and so when I speak or say you or something like that, I'm essentially talking to myself. This is if I were to have you all standing behind me, looking over my shoulder and listening to me throughout the trading day here in my trading office. And, you know, it should be obvious, but maybe not. The screens record and the OBS records all the video. But the only way I can get my thinking at the moment or throughout the day into the recording and into the record is this voiceover. So that's the reason. And it helps. Narration helps to narrate the market, keeps you in the moment. And through the course of the morning, we'll get on to all of the different, you know, how I approach the market, the trades that I'm expecting to take and why, and backtesting and my definition or my process for vetting, statistically vetting or verifying whether setups have an edge or not, all that stuff. But let's get into the moment here now. We're going to be putting on a new blue boy now. We're going to let the other ones go to sleep. So big gap up. We're still in the gap, obviously, by quite a bit. Our close is way down here. And I've got the gap low marked. The way I do a gap is the previous high to the new open. So wherever we open will be the gap, the gap high. And what I'll do now in anticipation of that, just to get all ready here. Mr. Ready guy, look at this. Ooh, MC gap high, 24. There we go. Now, all I need to do is pull that to the open, and we're all set and ready to roll. Notice that there was a gap high here in the RTH. That is the highest we've ever put in, all-time high in the RTH trading session. Previously, the ETH trading session was here above the RTH, and now today we had this big pop on the CPI again in the ETH, and I've got this pretty thoroughly annotated here, I think. There's a pretty understood condition that the RTH trading session people don't like the ETH to ever hold a big number or a record. So I had anticipated this would fall. It had not yet. And I would do the same for this one. Hey, you know, that's my story and I'm sticking to it. There you go. Now, after we open, I'll change my charting from full session here to RTH so that the value area high and low and the various reference numbers that I provide to everybody. There we go. And we're open now. And there we opened on time. Isn't that cute? I like it when that happens. Boy, you can't believe how many times I've struggled with this lately. And here's going to be the first migrating VPOC flag. This used to be really important to me because I kept a 5-minute spread on the timeline. So not very long into the day, the yellow line plots all day, the POC lines, developing plots all day, but it would scroll off the left and I wouldn't know where it had been. Obviously, I can look over here at IRT and I can see where we are, which reminds me I can now switch it to day session only. And in a minute, there you go. There's our gap up. And here's our previous RTH. And it's not wanting to deal with that very good right now. Yeah, it isn't. And let's change this to there. Boop. Gap up. And save this thing, and there we go. And now I also plot the same configuration for the micros. Don't be doing that crap. Just do what you're told over here, IRT. There's been some crazy, get rid of the POCs there. there's our current range. This is the micro, of course. Volume is quite light, I would say. 209,000 so far. Let's look. I'm not going to change this to it's currently RTH session, so I'm just going to stand by. I'm tired of looking at the overnight and back to the RTH. Pretty quick, we'll have a, right now we're at 55%, and we're only 4 candles in, 1 minute candles, right, or 3. And here's our ATR. We've come from half a point up to 1.5 points on the average true range for a 1 minute candle so far. I hope I'm on the right window. I hate it when that happens. Yes. Okay. So now I have switched the charting, and the reason I do that, I share these session prices with anybody that wants them for free, you know, and there's a lot of people that use them in the TLab and wherever else, and they expect the relationship between the value area high or low and the developing value area high or low, wherever one of those went, right here, to reflect as follows. The developing numbers are for the current auction, and the value area high or low represent the previous auction. Well, just before we opened, obviously the value area high and low was yesterday's RTH. That's the previous auction. The second we open, this would be representing the overnight, which nobody wants to know about. I mean, that's not how it works or how they're used to. So I changed the RTH charting. This is now the correct relationship. This is reflecting the overnight or the yesterday's RTH value area high or low and low, and this is the developing for the current auction. We have the IB low at the low where it belongs, and the IB high is, trust me, right under here. And I was pretty damn close with the open, right? There we go. That's the gap high. So we're in gap rules, boys and girls. What in the hell does that mean? Gap rules are an old, let's do something else before I get all carried away. Let's put our new blue boy on now. Turn your head if you haven't subscribed to this real expensive indicator I use here. Okay, back to reality. This blue line is just a visual cue or clue or whatever you want to call it. Heads up for me. If I glance to the left throughout the day and I don't see this blue line, I know that I need to change something because I do not have the entire session in view on the chart. That's the only reason for it. We're pushing higher. Absolutely, you know, 2 or 3 ticks down here. Well, points, okay. Down here towards the gap close, and nobody cared. Next thing I'm going to do here is try to get this opened up the way I like it, which is there. And now that is 1 point high on the price scale. And of course we have Dr. Bluesley over here keeping the entire range in view, as opposed to worrying about how many minutes I have these the timeline. Through the course of the day, when I reach a position or a point in the day where I anticipate interacting with the market, i.e. trading, the setup is getting ready to be, present itself, then I can zoom in all I want to. That's not a problem. And get as tight as you want to get. Now that should also kind of give you some insight as to how I approach this. I only trade vetted trade setups, which I have verified statistically have a positive expectancy. Trading is not in my approach to trading, which is a statistical business that produces consistent profitability. Nothing's a surprise. You're not surprised by potential trade. You are anticipating, stocking, That's why I can watch the entire session, and when a setup starts to get present itself, I can zoom in or out if I want to. Now, if your trading is consistently profitable and you are a, mouse clicking gambler, don't change. But I would caution you to capture the data so that you be sure, confirm that you have that, that your winning is consistent over a statistically significant data set and not just within random occurrence, like 10 trades or something. You need to be over 100, up to 500, whatever. That's statistically significant. And what do I mean by that? Well, I'll talk about this later, but just quickly, everybody knows that a coin flip is 50-50. Flip a coin 10 times, and I don't think anybody's surprised that you get more of one or the other, heads or tails. That's random distribution. You flip that coin 1,000 times, you're going to be pretty damn close to 50-50. That's the difference. And I just do this because I'm, OCD and whatever. Laugh if you want. Now, what's happening here? Well, we made no indication to close the gap, and we're trading higher. I started to talk about gap rules, and they are an old market profile observation, which goes like this. When we open in a gap, which we obviously did, there's the gap high and the gap low is down below us. If the market price action closes the gap relatively early in the session, I would say RTH 1, it'd be kind of my cutoff. And if price is accepted within the previous range and or more importantly, previous value, we have a very high, let's look over here. If we close this gap and we get into this range, notice that there's no excess on the top, absolutely suggestive of continuation higher, which is exactly what we did in the RTH. The auction wasn't finished here, and so they kept going in the ETH session. Now, back to the gap rules. If we close this gap and get accepted here in value, very high probability in the high 90s will trade across value to the other side. If we don't, gap and go, baby. And that's what it looks like we're doing now at this point, isn't it? Which way are we going? We took about 3 ticks, poked our nose down there and went, no thanks, and up we go. So and this, we're only, what are we? We're only 10 minutes in, so it isn't exactly, nothing is set in stone. Keep your powder dry. Remember, your mission as a trader is to protect your account, which is done by managing risk. Only take trades that you have vetted and that have a statistical expectancy. And now where am I? Who's on third? What's going on here? I don't know. Pretty funny, huh? This is quite unique. Gap up into a new all-time high. Jesus. An interesting or a fun fact, I guess. And remember now, let me be sure and point out, we got numbers at the top of the hour. What I was going to say was, here's a fun fact. In government shutdowns, looking back over the last 8 or 9 government shutdowns, the S&P, the stock market, has gone up and to the right each and every one of those shutdowns. In other words, we don't give a shit what you kids back there are doing. We're going this way. So, interesting tidbit for you. Now let's look at something. I don't know. Let's look at the reporting. Remember that we've got there's the CPI numbers, and we've got PMI top of the hour and 3. Oh, it's 45. I'm sorry. PMI's in 45, and then we've got Michigan at the top of the hour. Wow, I'm glad I looked at that. You see that? That's how you manage your risk. If you're in a trade in 3 minutes, you could get spanked with severity. There we go. It doesn't even have, oh yeah, here we go. Here's the flash PMI, and then here's Michigan. Michigan number, for some reason, Financial Juice rates it as a high probability impact, but investing.com always just has it at 2 stars, and I've never quite figured out why that is. And I'm not going to call them or worry about it, but anyway. Okay, so we're going to have the 3 minutes to the PMI. Let's see what happens now. This is fun now. It's been kind of lulled to sleep with no numbers or anything. I'll reserve my comment for what I think about these numbers, but I mean, Michigan is private, no question about it. Other numbers that we have gotten out are private. I think it's kind of suspicious that with a rate decision coming next week from the Fed and all of this focus of the administration on rate cuts, the government is shut down. Nobody's working or pulling data together. We have not been able to get any data point for the last few weeks, including non-farm payroll. But miraculously today, they can come out with some data that's positive. What a surprise. I realize that's a conspiracy-laced point of view, but I am so sick of the what appears to me to be just flagrant negative behavior in my view. And what even is probably more surprising to me is that they do this so thinly veiled manipulation, and yet so many people just gobble it up. I'm not sure what to think about all of that, and nobody cares what I think. So, and this is not now. We are in real numbers now. So this is no kind of unrecognized political risk or critical risk or any of that stuff. These are numbers and going to be out in 15 seconds here now, the PMI. So let's watch. Let's watch what happens. Not much of a PMI bump, huh? Not much of a bump there, by golly. Positive. It says it's positive. Boo. It doesn't make any sense. Yes, no, it doesn't to me. So here's the PMI numbers. Do with them as you will. October number is 52.2, forecast 51.9. Composite as was and as forecast, and the services PMI is 55.2. The services number is always where we will need to, where the inflation and the tariff impact on inflation will come into the base number, not services. This is for, waitresses and services as opposed to goods. Obviously, there's no tariff on goods, right? On services, it's on goods. And of course, they are touting the wonderfulness of the of these numbers, and I couldn't tell you whether I think it's a good thing or not, to be honest with you. My hope above the outcome of these numbers is that they're accurate. If this bunch of children back there in D.C. on both sides of the aisle screw around with the integrity of the data reporting from the United States, that's going to be a real big issue. They need to, I'm not sure that all of them would really understand how big an issue that could be. That's why I was and am still very concerned about non-farm payroll and Bureau of Labor Statistics. You remember that big kerfluffle about 2 months ago when the Bureau of Labor Statistics non-farm payroll came out and was very bad. And Trump's reaction to that was to fire the head of the labor statistics and then put in one of his people. And now we're trying to figure out what kind of number we're going to get. And that's, I'm not making a political statement here. What I'm saying is the reason people have looked to America as a market of stability and law and order and accurate reporting is because of that. And if they break that trust, that's a big deal for our markets. And we are, in case you're not aware of it, and if you're in America, we're trading the American U.S. market. So this, ES happens to be the S&P 500. So that's why it's important to me. And of course, with that and, a couple bucks, you can get yourself a coffee if you don't care what I think, which is completely up to you. And that brings me to a different point here, which is, let me just get this right. You hear me doing typing and complaining because the plugin that I really relied on for OBS to put chapter markers in just quickly with the hotkeys broke with the last OBS update, and the guy who built it hasn't updated it, so I'm having to do it manually because the update, the chapter markers and the timeline is really important, obviously. Who the hell is going to, including me, who's going to, sit and listen to 7 hours of stream to get to what you want to know about? Me too. So there you are. And that brings us back around to something that's really important now, and that is unrecognized or unidentified potential critical risk to the auction, and which means our trading. And it is in no means, or by no means, a political statement or anything else. It's a fact. If you see here the numbers that we know are coming out, here's financial Jews. Well, fortunately, they're starting to get some of these unidentified potential critical risks into the docket, but we don't know. And I'm not saying right, wrong, good, bad, agree, disagree. What I'm saying is, as a trader, your goal, which I've already said a lot of times this morning, is to manage your risk and protect your account. If something can disrupt that to such a critical degree that blows up your account, that's pretty important. So you need to mitigate that risk as best you can, which means, since we don't have any schedule about them, that means you should only take A+ setups, in my opinion, and you should very definitely use a bracket order where you have profit targets and stop loss in the market at all times. And one step further, make damn sure, if you're trading with a broker, a real account, not a prop thing, that your orders are server side, not on your local machine. And what do I mean by that? Well, this is 227, you see right here, 227.75 points sell off instantly at 10 o'clock in the morning, 2 Fridays ago, on a simple tweet from Donald Trump out of no place. Not substantiated with facts or corroborating news stuff, just instantly. And a tweet, not a press conference, not anything else, just out of no place. Got up in the morning, got pissed about something, and shot a tweet off to his Truth, whatever it's called. And here we went. Now, I'm not saying that that's good, bad, indifferent, whatever. What I'm saying is, look what would have happened to your account if you were not on the ball. That is an unidentified critical risk. Unidentified critical risk. Unidentified critical risk. Go back and look at April and the Rose Garden thing. That was at least announced that it was going to happen, but nobody knew what was going to happen. And, you know, it's not the fault of the news agencies, because these things happen spontaneously. I'm sure he got pissed about something over here and decided he'd throw a tweet out, and kaboom. That's all I'm saying. It's got nothing to do with what you believe, what color ball cap you wear, or anything else. It's got to do with reality. Any business manager or project manager knows very definitely that after you get your project set up, resources assigned, timeline in, you know, your Gantt chart all figured out, the next thing you do is a risk analysis assessment. You identify any potential risk to your business or your project, and you create a risk mitigation plan. The most dangerous risk that everybody is aware of is the thing that we do not know about. Unidentified critical risk. So there you are. Just a heads up. What happened over, and this is the reason why we pay attention, and I talk about the upcoming numbers and reports for the day. This is why we're waiting for the Michigan number at the top of the hour. This is why the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning, we know that the non-farm payroll is coming out. It is identified, it is scheduled, and we know how to mitigate that risk. This is the PMI. You should have known how to mitigate that risk, right? That big gap that we had. Non-farm payroll, you should know if you have a plan to trade it, which I question. Good for you. And if you don't, stay out of the market. You have no idea about an unplanned, extemporaneous, disaster that falls out of the sky. So there you go. And we're going to have that Michigan number in about 5 minutes. And it can move the market. So let's see what happens. Still no indication that anybody's excited about closing this gap. Here's our gap high. That's the open. Remember, that's how I do it. And there's the gap low. Yesterday's high. The way I do the gap is range. Best explained here. There's yesterday's high, and there's the open. Now, if we close the gap, we did. If we don't, we didn't. How's that for duh? So that's kind of like military intelligence, right? Boy, I wish I could just set that for 1 point and forget it, but it's always busy scaling around. You stay vigilant over here, Blue Boy. We're counting on you. All right, thanks for dropping by. Put something in the chat, whoever you are. Subscribe, like, thumbs up, send money, whatever, whatever trips your trigger. Actually, you can bypass the thumbs up and the subscribe if you just send money. That'd be pretty cool. I'd go for that. I better be careful. So I'm going to get an email. How do I send you the money? Well, nothing would surprise me anymore. How are we doing for volume? Well, we got 3 minutes to that number. Let's see where we are now. We're open. We're away. Well, get out of there. ATR jumped up to 4. We're at 102% volume at this time of the day in the RTH session. That sounds about right, doesn't it? It does to me. And let's bang over here and watch what happens now. Are we there yet? Getting close. Think about how you're managing your risk now. I hope you're not in this trade because this is more like normal world, right? We know this number is coming. We know what time. We know the forecast. We know the previous number, all of that stuff. That's the way business is supposed to be done. And never mind, foreign policy and economic policy from the most powerful desk in the world. It's pretty strange. What a world we live in now, huh? Where policy and economic policy is made by social media tweet. Who'd have thought? And we're going to have that number in about 1 minute and 15 seconds. Michigan. Now remember, Michigan number in investing.com is always a 2-star for whatever reason, but it invariably will move the market. Another thing that's important to know about the Michigan number, you can pay for the whisper number. You get an advance, I don't know how many seconds ahead of the number it is, but I think it's maybe 15. You can pay for the whisper number. So if you've got, you're such a great trader, you got nothing but money. Instead of buying that next Lambo, you can get yourself some insider stuff on the numbers. Because it's put out by the University of Michigan. It's not put out by the government or anybody else. So if you don't like it, piss up a rope, I guess that's their thinking. And we're going to be out in 15 seconds. I'll try to have the Michigan number. Come on now, you sucker. Over here. Well, there's 9 o'clock. That's about a nothing burger, isn't it? It's 1/10 lower. That's the PMI. Forecast of 51.9, actuals 52.2. I'm sorry, and previous was 52. It didn't go down. It went up by 2%. To me, that's not a good number, but I guess I'm backwards. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the S&P. That's not Michigan. That's the number that already came out. I'm sorry. That's the Standard & Poor PMI. Michigan number, I'm not seeing a result down here yet, and I don't know why. I guess the internet is still busy being kerfuffled by our friends at Amazon, maybe. I don't know. University of Michigan, there we are. It's a miss of a few points. I'll look over here. Yeah, we're on this one. Okay. And now here is some more of that unidentified risk. White House advisors talking, and this Mirren fella, he likes to really. There's a few folks back there that I'm sure you've already identified are really fond of the sound of their own voice and camera friendly. So that's. But you never know when they're going to drop out of the sky, and the most impactful, of course, is when Trump pulls off something. But he's departing for KL at 2140. I wish I was departing for KL at 2140. Loved living there. Absolutely. What do we got now? Well, isn't it great? I'm so happy for the consumers with large stock holdings. I'm so glad that the rich people that have a lot of stocks or in investments are making more money. I was worried about them there for a minute. As I'm sure you were also. So there we go. Boom, boom. Nothing much to report here, eh? A little bit of a downdraft here so far, but not much. Oh, blue boy, come on. There we go. What would you say the context is? Well, we gap open, gap up, and away we go to the upside. We look back for 2 points and never look back again. This was the S&P PMI number, and then now we've got the Michigan. So I guess they are just really excited about getting that thing up there to all new highs. You got to figure that one of these days, somebody's going to want to take some profit, and that's going to be there's going to be a whole lot of people with a disappointed look on their face, I think. But that's why I only trade the day session. Flat every night, absolutely. I even after my career evaporated earlier in this year, I've actually now closed out the 401k and brought it into my own IRA, and so I can not have that evaporate when this thing goes south. Not much in it, so I've got to take good care of it. Okay, where the hell are we now? Well, we're at the 1 hour and 4 minutes here. I should say that this will be the last day I do the Topstep Warning, but I think it's important. You may or may not know that this stream originally started as a 0 to hero record with full transparency of a Topstep evaluation from, the eval through XFAs and on to live account. Never broke a rule. Always was in good with the consistency. Never had a reset. And had 4 other accounts, so a total of 5, and used the multi-account trading, so it backed up, it automatically copied to those other accounts. I thought it was a good idea. I was hoping to, get some payouts, and there you go. Well, they made the decision to not go forward with any other trading platforms or data providers except Topstep X, which is a spin-off white label thing from Program X. You can Google, make your own determination about why they would do that. But they did. August 1st. So August, 2nd or 3rd, a couple of my accounts wouldn't log on, and I had to figure out why. I got to the bottom of it and caught a hold of their support head, and he said, "Oh yeah, you're right. You have not broken any rules. You've not done anything. We're not used to that typically. So, yeah, we'll support you obviously because you've got an agreement with us, and you've upheld your end of the bargain, and we will do so as well," which is what I expected. Okay, for October, had a little bit of a struggle with one of the accounts versus September. Well, about the first week in October, I logged on and had nothing. And I go to the dashboard and they're all closed. They're all in good standing. They're all within about a trade, one risk neutral 2-lot trade, maybe 2, 1.5, I guess, to pass the evaluation account. And I get a hold of them again and, well, sorry, we decided we're not going to support you or anybody else. We're not going to have anything more to do with any other data providers. Thanks a lot, dummy. Time, money, out the window. As you can imagine, pretty disappointing. This is a AMP funded account. Now I'm on the SIM because this just happened and I just had this funding on the first of this week, Tuesday, I guess. And so I want to be sure that I've got all my setup and everything's working properly before I start firing off live orders here into the market, which I will do starting next week. You notice we got damn near 500 of them resting at the 39 handle right here. And they just came in the book at 907. So that's my Topstep saga, and it's really disappointing. I've been a supporter and following and had a funded account with them a time or two, I think, since about 2014. I was doing, my other stuff at the same time, but yeah, it's pretty disappointing. I was really quite shocked, actually. But they decided that they are just going to keep grinding them up. I guess Mike's cost of living up in Aspen is a little more than he thought, I guess. It definitely overshadowed his integrity in his word, that's for sure. Oh, disappointing, but there you go. All, of course, absolutely verified with emails and screen snaps and all of that crap. And I'm not going to do this every day for the rest of my life. I'm going to do that this week, and I'm not going to talk about it anymore. But I wanted to point that out. Definitely a pisser. No reaction, baby. There you go. That's Michigan, and up we go. I'll tell you what, somebody must have put a bunch of crack in the water. These guys are not taking no for an answer, are they? Oh, yeah. Okay, well, that's over with. Unidentified critical risk. There we go. We're getting to that. Okay. We got this lazy blue guy over here that keeps sliding off the map. I have an advantage, of course, over the stream because I'm looking at my two. My setup here in the office is in front of me. I have 2 stand-up desks now, and in front of me here is a 4-monitor rack. To my left are 2 other monitors and a couple other computers. So the 2 lower computers, which are 32-inch 4Ks, are the trading screens, and there is the book map, and there is IRT. So I have an advantage because I'm looking at both all the time, but I can't stream that way because it would be such a small, you wouldn't be able to read the numbers or do anything else. It would be stupid. It is stupid. I looked at it actually. Which, by the way, I stream 1440p in high def. So if you're not getting that on your end, click the little gear guy and select high definition, and you'll have crisp, clear stream. And I have got the both IRT and bookmap color coded pretty much the same, you know, green for the IBs and the developing VPOCs, yellow, and VWAPs and mid and all that stuff. Right here. shit, I'm busy talking into a muted mic. Sorry about that. All right, let's start over. So I will be only anticipating an IB trade. We know the definition of the initial balance statistic, which says that there is greater than a 97.7% probability the IB high or low, which is the higher or low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session, will be exceeded by price at some point in the balance of the RTH session. In other words, there's a 97.7% probability that the high or low of this first 1 hour will be exceeded at some point between 9:30 and 1600 today. That's the statistic. And I'm pretty sure I got that one on. I'm pretty sure I had the mute button unmuted on that one. All right, so here we are. So now I'm anticipating the initial balance. I've got 9 minutes left. Not clicking something, not jumping on something, not doing something. I'm anticipating the potential. And there are some other things that come along which are important that I'll talk about in a minute here. And let's start looking for the potential trades. First of all, let's get the damn day in view, shall we? Okay. Now, I'm going to point out some stuff about this chart. This is my trigger / backtesting chart. Get out of there, Mr. Boy. Okay. You'll see that there are these various levels here. IB, trigger, continuation, pullback. These levels are custom indicators which I've coded, as are these signal markers. They do not interact with the trading system that I use for backtesting in any way, except they faithfully and accurately represent the rules and signals from that system. This is for me to visually confirm what the hell, are these signals happening when and where I expect them to. You'll notice that these lines and zones are not plotting over here yet. Why is that? It's not 9:30. The minute it's 9:30, they will. Here's our gap. Here's today. Here was yesterday. So, one other word here that might be important. I don't make any effort, nor will I, to sequentially control these signals, these triggers, or these signal markers. I know that we need to have an A and a B and a trigger. Okay, and that's when I backtest, when I use the actual trading system, it is very definitely coded there. This is just for my visual reference, and I share it because what's happened here, it started out only being my backtesting, and what's happened now is I'm using it for trading. When I have the exact signals, and boy, did I screw up yesterday. This is where I went for my midday walk. When the press secretary started her thing, I thought, oh, well, here we go with that. I left. There was the A signal. There's the B signal. There's the trigger for the IB continuation long, and look at the result. Yeah. Timing is everything, right? I have this dome up here, the chart dome, because on Tuesday or Wednesday, I was getting some unexpected behavior from IRT to do with trading. And I want to be like I said, I want to be damn sure what's going on and I want to confirm the accounts. Very definitely, I do not want this. And what's going on over here now? It was pretty weird. It was firing orders, and I was on sim with Rhythmic and AMP, but it was firing orders, and I'm, obviously that is definitely not something you want to have happen that you're not fully aware of and didn't plan on. So here's where we are, and pretty quick, we're going to start in about 6 minutes. We'll start having these lines plot, and we'll start tracking it. And if we get a signal, I'll trade it. I didn't take any trades yesterday, which is disappointing because I wanted to see if that behavior was going to continue. And it would have been a fantastic trade, as I pointed out. Once again, this is Sim confirming everything's working because I'm in a live account with AMP. And I'm not stupid. I'm not going to go live and be a big shot. 4 minutes now. We are gap up situation, gap rules, and we have basically a directional looking day to me. What does context say? Well, we're higher lows and higher highs, I guess. The IB trades that I'm anticipating there are two. One is the IB continuation, as I said, and one is the IB failure. The IB failure is just a fancy different name for mean reversion. It's outside in, right? And that would be suggested in a rotational day. A directional day would suggest IB continuation. This is a gap, and I'm not sure what I think about that right now. So those are the two trades that I would be anticipating. That means there's a couple of things to think about here. And that is something that is really important with these IB trades and the IB statistic. And we're getting close, boys and girls. We've got about 1.5 minutes or 2 or something over here. So let's see. Remember, there is no IB statistic until 9:30. If price suddenly went ripping up through here right now, the IB would just move up because it's not 9:30. And all the initial balance high and low represent is the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, which is 09:30 Central Standard Time. By the way, you'll notice that I stream the entire monitors so that it just is another little bit of the transparency and accountability. You can see any programs that are open. You can also see my clock in hours, minutes, and seconds, and the date. And that ties back to Bookmap and IRT. And any kind of a, trade or profile statistics that come through the day. Sorry about that. Banged the mic boom with the glass. A green tea glass, which I just drained. Bummer. All right, we got less than a minute now. And less than a minute for what? For the initial balance statistic to become active. 15 seconds. And then I got something really important to share that if you're listening here, you take on board. All right, it's 9:30. The IB statistic is live. The IB high will no longer move, nor will the IB low. I can't possibly stress enough, do not trade toward the statistic. Oh man, price is coming down. We're below the VPOCs. We're below the mid. We're going to take out the IB low and get short. You might very well, and high probability, will have a disappointing outcome to that kind of trade. After the statistic has been achieved, in other words, the high or low has been exceeded or taken out, then one of the two trades can be viable or active. That's not meaning that this is not going to go ripping straight down and close the gap, okay? But here we go. And now you see, here come the levels. Because we've passed 9:30. And something else that I may or may not have pointed out, these levels are also, I pushed them across the book map. So here are the continuation zones for the upper, pullback zones for the IB high, and the same setup for the IB low. Now, yeah. I'm excited to get a trade-off here, to be quite frank with you, because I want to see if everything works as I expected to. I was quite taken back on Wednesday when this IRT was doing its own thing, because that's never happened in all the time I've used it, trading other, accounts, and right up until this week. It's never happened before. And I'm not sure if it's got to do with the backtesting setup, or just what. And that's really concerning. I wouldn't mind it happening if I knew why. You know what I mean? So. Our IB statistic is in play, and we have not achieved anything yet. We are below POC, VWAPs, and mids. This is the Globex VWAP, remember? And this is the RTH. And that's the RTH mid, and there's the POC. And now both the full session POC, which is a more muted yellow, and the RTH POC was the brighter yellow, are aligned here. And that lazy blue guy's sneaking off the screen again. We've got 1 point high. That's good. We got the blue guy. We've got what? Gap up. Some continued buying frenzy. And now what's going to happen? I don't know. Are they going to try to close that gap? Remember that the gap rules say very vaguely, if it closes the gap relatively soon in the session, well, what the hell is relatively soon? I try to figure it, I try to kind of loop it into the IRT1 period, which is basically you take the total minutes of the RTH trading session divided by 3. So RTH1 is from the open until about 10:45, and then 2, and then close. And here we are with our little levels. Didn't get too far down here. Certainly didn't get into the gap. And now what are they doing? My naming convention here is just strictly up, my invention. It's not anything that you should be worried about or understand, but I will explain it. This is the continuation range for the IB high. So this is the high side of the continuation range on the IB high, and the same for the low. And then you have similar naming down here. Do I want to take a trade? Yes. Are my spidey senses tingling? No. I know that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. I know what my statistics are for the IB trades that I have backed at as per my back testing. And if one sets up and I get the trigger, I'll put it on. Period. I know the outcome of the next trade is 50-50, and that's a really hard realization for a lot of traders to come to. I'll never forget, this show you something about age. I was listening to a big mic forum with Murad Askar when he used to do a lot of WebExes, not Discord, WebEx, right? Murad Askar's FT71. And he was given a WebEx about probabilities, why probabilities are the way to trade, and on and on and on. And this is clear back in, I guess 2015 maybe. And in the course of that, he made the comment that it's a statistical fact that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. And that chat blew up with, "Are you crazy?" And I never will forget that. It was pretty funny. But it is. This is a coin flip. What can the price do? Up or down? That's a binary event. And do you know which way it's going to do? No, you don't. This is the outcome, and the movement is the sum of all the millions of participants in the market. It's a random environment. And everybody that's a professional, successful trader recognizes that. That's why you focus on statistics and probabilities, which I'll get into in depth later, and go over the back testing and how I approach all of this and stuff. Hopefully is helpful. And I'll say something else at this point here. It's my journal. the voiceover is to get my thinking into the recording and for me to be able to review and understand what I was thinking at the time based on what I was seeing. I also very strongly believe that your subconscious mind believes what you tell it, especially what you articulate out loud. So a lot of what I say here is directed at me. All of what I say here pretty much is directed at me. I am reaffirming to myself, and it works. I'm a disciplined trader. I don't overtrade. I don't click too much. I follow the rules. I do all those things, and I'm certainly not at the end of the road, but I'm making definite progress. And it's because it's conditioning, whatever psychological word you want to use for it. It's real. I believe that your subconscious mind listens to what you tell it. I'm a loser. I overtrade. Oh God, please help me. I can't stop trading. Well, your subconscious mind goes, oh, okay, so we're a loser and we can't stop trading, or whatever. You get the point. And here we are. Here are our zones, our current price action. Make sure that we're plotting. This bar down here needs to be white, not gray. That means we're actively plotting. If you don't see, I can also see, price action moving over here, but there's always that. We have no signals, as we shouldn't. And here we are over here. Not too much interest in closing that gap yet, are they? Doesn't look like. Doesn't seem so, does it? There's our gap up. IBs. This looks kind of goofy. Again with the flat top. In my opinion, and I spoke about this yesterday and probably every other damn day, same with yesterday's RTH. That to me, think about it just logically, that's an unfinished auction. Here we got taper, boo. I'll give you 1,000, I'll take 500, I'll take 100, I'll take 10, I'll take 1. I'll take 1,000, but it quits. We ran out of time right here. That's why I think at the end of the stream I suggested that, well, we're definitely going to trade up in the overnight because the auction was prematurely ended here due to time of the session. And there you go. We gapped up. We traded all the way up to here. Remember that a gap up, price doesn't just jump from here to here. This is what the overnight traded. This is the ETH trade got us up here to the open. So, and here we go again with another flat top. See the flat top, the flat top. Now watch the market profile chart over here. I'm going to go back to the RTH. Here we are today. Here's our gap. There's the previous RTH, right? Oh my goodness. There's the previous RTH. Here's the full session. This is overnight, and here we are for the morning session. There's the overnight trade. That's how we got up to the gap. It's not, it's not an anomaly that just appears out of no place. I think this is especially funny over here. Look at this. Talk about an island top. Whoa, baby. Out in the middle of, oh, Jesus. This is like Wile E. Coyote running off the cliff and keeping on running right up here, Interesting to see where that ends up. That'll test how old you boys and girls are, if anybody here knows who Wile E. Coyote is. See what I mean about trading to the statistic? Even though we set the statistic here, didn't work out very good betting on the come to the IB low, did it? You're stopped out now and getting spanked pretty severely to the top side. Also, granted, it's a short session so far, but the context of this session is up. So, so there you are. Do I know what's going to happen? Hell no, I don't. Nobody does. It's a random market. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50. Boop. Who said that before? Mark Douglas, Jim Simmons, Ed Thorpe, Paul Tudor Jones, Ray Dalio, Tom the Trader, Tom B, Rod. Everybody said that before. Everybody that's a professional, successful trader understands that. And that's something you need to come to peace with. Now, look what we've got here. We got one of the world famous ABCs, right? Or W's, ABC. And what did that spell out? That spells higher lows and higher highs. That's a pretty classic reversal idea, pattern, whatever. If you're one of those, I just happen to remember it from years ago. It's like a 3-bar reversal also. These are all things that I can test out with the backtesting setup now that's working well, that I got lined out. And I plan to do that. But as with everything I do, I don't change my trade plan. I don't backtest. I don't change anything during the live market. That is to be done in the study period, over the weekend, whatever, right? When you're off, when you're calm, no adrenaline, your monkey mind is quiet, and you're focused on that part, which is identifying your statistics and your setup and stuff, not on price action in the market. And what now do I need to do? I think I talked about the trading rules pretty well. Talked about the huge. Nope, not that one yet. But doing this chapter mark, I didn't realize how much I leaned on that. Well, I guess I did on that plug-in, but boy, I wish that guy would get it together, or I could find an alternative. I don't have the courage to roll back OBS and lose all my settings and stuff that I don't know enough about OBS. I have it all set up for a lot of settings in there for the importing the data and the mic stuff from my mixer, and it's yeah. I'd rather maintain the chapter markers by hand and cut my nose off to spite my face, try to roll back OBS and lose the whole damn thing, and I'm sure I can copy a setup and stuff, but I've got other things on my mind than worry about. I don't want to be an OBS expert. By golly. No trades yet. Remember, no trades. Now, here's a good thing for me to point out. Here's a B signal. Yes, it's a B signal, but it is meaningless because it's not in sequence. I need an A, then I need the B, then I need a trigger. And as I said, I'm sure earlier, I'm not going to worry about that because I know what I'm doing. And I pointed out to the stream, so there you go. I go down rabbit holes too easy. I did that with backtesting. Everybody was talking about the joys of Python and backtesting, so I ended up down a rabbit hole learning Python. And my goal was, I could care less. My goal was to backtest. So I just realized that, cut it off. Oh, I got quite a ways into it. I had my futures data all imported. I had my risk management stuff all set up. I had the, various trade signals or setups. And the plots were coming out all funny, and I couldn't figure out what was exactly going on. So I actually pinged the guy who wrote the backtesting.py, and he said, oh, well, it doesn't work with futures. It was designed for crypto or FX. It works in pennies. You can't use points and ticks. Well, that was pretty handy. That was a pretty big waste of time. And then I just rolled back to IRT and thought, okay, I'm going to roll up my sleeves and make sure this works, because I know that it works for futures. I know that it has great functionality. I just need to get up to speed with that, which I have done. But, pretty easy to get down. It's easy for me to get down a rabbit hole and forget what the hell the point was. Like the old saying, it's hard to remember the object was to drain the swamp when you're up to your ass in alligators. Truer words were never spoke. And I think I've explained this whole story well enough that I don't need to belabor the point anymore. If I do and you don't understand something, drop a question in the chat and I'll take care of it. Get that a little bigger so it's easier for you, me, and everybody else to see. I'm sure disappointed about yesterday. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I stuck to my rules. I don't trade during news. I guess I need to rethink our the press gal there. Levitt, I think it is. I don't mean to be disrespectful. I just don't remember her name. I don't listen to her ever, and because I don't, But I walked away from my midday jaunt to come back and discover that, 2 bars later, 2 bars later was the perfect trigger setup, the 3 rules in sequence and the trigger in a fantastic trade. And I guess it makes sense. Typically, she doesn't say anything real earth-shaking, that, say, breaking news kind of thing. Look at here. We got 640 or 600 contracts laying at the 34 handle. What are they trying to do? I would guess that's a lid on the pot, wouldn't you? There's a consolidation. These dots here, these volume bubbles or whatever, they can be 3D. I just don't do that. I figure I can use the CPU's power for something else. They are colored by delta. In other words, this is delta cell, and the size is by volume, and you can change all of that, all that you want, the colors and all kind of crap. I try to keep this that makes sense to me, and probably don't take advantage of all of the stuff that I should, but this is the way I'm approaching it, so there you go.
As I said, I don't typically ever have a dome open here, but I wanted to be, I'm sure I could get loose of this thing if I saw similar behavior to Wednesday. Obviously, this is the dome and is inside bid and the levels. Now let's look at something here. That's kind of interesting. Let's look over here at Bookmap. We've got 600 contracts arresting liquidity at 34, right? Now, I don't want to enter an order, but I want to know. I can't get up to 34 here. I want to see if I've got 600 contracts at 34, and I don't want to accidentally grab the wrong column and enter an order. I don't ever use this thing, and I'm not sure all the intricacies of how the hell it works, frankly, and I'll be real honest. And it doesn't seem to want to scroll, so I'm going to not. I think it's based on this. It can't be, because there's 45. So this is not aligned with price. Obviously, this isn't centered to price. That's pretty stupid. I never looked at that before. I didn't see that. That would be confusing to me. IRT and also the Bookmap guy over here. The inside market is the inside market, and in the case of now, that's down here. So this ought to be aligned with price, in my opinion. I wonder if it works when it's automatic. Let's check that out. Absolutely. Absolutely not. Okay. Well, that's pretty stupid, isn't it? Wow. That's pretty darn stupid for sure there, boys and girls. Now, what do we got going on here? Got to make sure that I try to keep the whole session in range best I can, the blue boy idea. So here's our zones. Make sure I got that straightened out. That's pretty ridiculous. I didn't realize that for a minute. I'll bet you can do something about it, but I'm not going to mess with it in the live market. I don't want to be in a trade and have some stupidity happen I'm not aware of. I've never used that chart dome at all. I think that's pretty incredible. Well, what happens if I right-click over here? Delete. Sidebar. I don't know. I'm not going there, kids. Oh, wait. Let's see what happened. I'm not going to mess with this. I was going to click the settings button down here, but I'm just going to leave it alone. We're going to get another signal perhaps because we're toying with this. This is the pullback zone for the IB low long. The sequence of rules would be A, we take out the IB low. In this case, take out the IB low. We trade up to the pullback zone where we get a B, like right here. This is for the IB high. And then we trade back down to the trigger zone, which is this delineated by these dots. And the reason I don't push these trigger zone to Bookmap is because this is just 1 point either side of the IB. I figure, well, not clutter up my heat map, and I know where the hell it is. So these are specific, and I can change them in backtest mode with what if, right? That's how you optimize. Okay. I don't know what else to tell you. There is that. And here we are with the day so far. This thing's going to just be an exclamation point here pretty quick. This island top we got going on over here. Let's get back to the back test. I don't know. It is the back test confirmation chart. And when I'm in back test mode, I can send the back test to this chart, and then it graphically plots each and every trade that the system takes. That's definitely not what I want to have happen now. And I think that's what was going on Wednesday, was it was taking trades off the system because I had the system open at the same time as the chart. I don't know, but that's my suspicion. And we still don't have a trigger or any signals except for this lone B-boy over here. And let me point out to you that this is trading. This is not an adrenaline rush or gambling or a video game or, you know, where you're wearing out your mouse clicking that bad boy like you're killing snakes. This is trading. You have a predefined setup that you are stalking and you're waiting with an expectancy. The outcome of that particular engagement with the market is 50-50. You could get a stop or you could not. You know, a couple days ago, I took a long market right as per the signal. Market came up to within one tick of my risk neutral scale twice and ended up going down to take a stop. I absolutely don't ever move my stops or my T1. And while I'm vetting, collecting the data sets or the samples for the data data set to determine an edge or not, you cannot alter any of the settings, stop, target, or any of the targets, because if you did so, then it wouldn't be statistically significant with the other samples in the data set, right? How are you going to know how many times you achieve T2 if T2 is all over the board points wise, right? Or this even worse, the stops. So there you go. Yeah. Here we are. Again, this is live trading, my, real-time trading journal. My continual narration here is to get what I was thinking into the stream so that it's pretty obvious I can see what I was looking at when I review the stream and the journal, but in order to understand or, and evaluate, was I on the right track? What, am I crazy? You know what I mean? I have to keep the narration, and it is conceived, I mean, it's agreed by most that the continual narration of your trading day and price action is a good thing. I don't do it quite like some, okay, well, we tested the mid, now we're going to, is this going to be too high? Is this, I don't do all of that stuff I don't pay a lot of attention to high and low volume nodes because I'm in the mode of the initial balance trades, and the rules are specific and the rules are set out. And they're over here. There's an A, there's a B, and there's a trigger to do with an IB failure or an IB continuation around the IB high and the IB low, period. Full stop. Really important to eliminate as much, if not all, of the discretion as you can, in my opinion. Remember, this is my opinion. My belief, I should say, not opinion. I noticed at one point a week or two ago, I was relying on discretion as the final entry trigger, and I've made a conscious move to not do that. When I get a trigger, here on the trigger chart over here, I will take it. Now, I'll take it manually by placing an order, but I will. The only place that I'm a little bit, I need to give some thought in my homework period or over this weekend, how exactly to code or to determine context. I am real stickler on not trading with the retreating army, right? I don't want to trade counter trend. I'm not let's pick the top guy or bottom guy or whatever. This is a unique day because we're in a gap. But if you had to look at it, we were pretty much directional up. Now what are we doing? Kind of lower highs, lower lows. Is the tanker turning? That is something that I shouldn't say that I struggle with it, but it's definitely on my mind as far as discretion. So what do I mean by that? Okay, let's look over here at the trigger chart. Here's basically the context up. At this point, now it's not the IB yet because 9:30 these lines only start plotting at 9:30. So, do I anticipate an IB failure or an IB continuation to the downside? If I were thinking that context was up, I would be only really seriously interested in an IB continuation to the upside. And right now I'm stuck between the devil and the deep blue sea. I'm not sure what to think. What I will do, once again, this is a fully funded AMP trading account, but it is the sim or the practice or whatever, because I want to know for damn sure that the IRT isn't busy going off on its, trying to create its own kingdom over here like it was doing on Wednesday. But obviously there's much less trepidation involved with, even though it's the live AMP account or live account, it's very, a lot less trepidation because it's not real money, it's sim. So when I get a signal, I'll take it, whichever it is. That may be stupid, and I may change that between now and when I get a signal, but you'll at least be the first to know. because I, am transparent about all of this. I think that's the whole idea. I don't think so. I know so, actually. And that brings me to another disappointing turn of events. And that's this damn music thing. And I am really disappointed about that. I went through let me show you this stuff. I went through great lengths to YouTube is very, very particular and meticulous about copyright strikes and royalty-free music and all that, and good for them, and I have no problem with that. And I tried, some of the YouTube, this is, stream music, royalty-free, blah, blah, blah. You get a copyright strike in 15 seconds. So I ended up buying and paying a subscription to Epidemic Sound, which is where you get a thing that you put your channel name and all this stuff, and it's supposedly whitelists and no copyright problems. For months now, it's worked fine. But all of a sudden, I've gotten a couple of copyright strikes. Not strikes, but copyright warnings. Because there's an algorithm by YouTube, I guess, that looks at that stuff. The first one I got, I took action, complained, showed them the thing about Epidemic Sound. And then everything was fine for a while, and then it happened again. I haven't done anything yet because I will do that this afternoon or, over the weekend. And I'm also going to ping these guys and say, hey, you're taking my money. Now what's the story here? Because there's a big thing, all about this is guaranteed white labeled and no copyright strikes and good for YouTube and good for all this stuff. I made real sure of that because I don't want those issues. And I appreciate it. If some, and so it's happening only on yesterday, one of the classicals and one particular song in the piano thing. And these are just some of the ones that didn't sound too obnoxious to me when I started, but this is how I do the music. So now you know the whole story. And if I get a copyright strike, I'll go over to Norway and shoot the guy. It's Epidemic Sound is, and some folks in Norway started it up, apparently. So the story goes. Good for them. And I haven't gotten any kind of problem with the channel or any of that. I mean, just you get a warning or something from YouTube that says a copyright thing. And what it is apparently is, I think this is a spinoff of all this AI BS that's going around. Some companies / websites are busy, scraping YouTube for any programmatical matches to music, and then they throw a copyright thing up. The way YouTube works is you dispute it, and then they have up to 30 days to agree, drop it, or come back with why they don't agree with your reasoning. I've never had that happen. I've never had anybody come back and say anything, but it's annoying, right? So that's the story. So you better hope it gets sorted out, or I'll start singing to you guys, and then you're gonna be sorry. And you'll be sorry. Do we have? Are we in a trade? No. Remember when I was talking a while ago about trading to the Statistic? Oh boy, we're below everybody. We're going to get down to the IB. Oh no, we're stopped out. We have not taken the IB statistic on either side. And remember, once again, the statistic is in this open configuration, it is a 97.7% probability that at some time between 9:30 this morning and the close at 1600, price will exceed the IB low or the IB high. That's the statistic. That's not 100%. There is a 2.3% probability that we will not
hit either one of these. And that happened about 3 weeks ago. I got to go back and look at that and make a screen snap of it or something so I have the date and you can check it out. Quite an anomaly. I couldn't remember ever seeing that happen, and sure as hell it happened about 3 weeks ago while I had talked about it. Are we going to come up now and take out the IB stat? Maybe. We've come all the way back to the POC from clear down here. If you're a mean reversion trader and not, that's the setup that you have vetted and that has a statistical expectancy, well, you mean reverted down to here. That wasn't a very good one because you didn't have very far to go. Not much meat on the bone. You got long down off this V reversal and you got up here to the mean. What is that? 15 to 29. Well, that's more than my that's more than my 60 ticks for the 2-lot risk neutral trade. So there you go. Well, we're gonna get the IB high, maybe. And why didn't I take these mean reversion trades? Because they're not in my playbook. I haven't successfully statistically vetted them. I'm focused on the 2 IB trades, and that's that. That's how I approach this, as a disciplined business of probabilities and not just a video game or gambling. If I had to be a betting man, I'd say we're going to take the IB high here and pretty quick. Look at us go zipping up over here now. Now you see it through the trigger because we got to the trigger zone. Completely meaningless, just as the B is, and I've explained this once, but I'm not going to bother coding these signals up to only work sequentially as they are in the real rules, because I know there's got to be ABC. Now you do too, so there you go. We're up to 240. That's 600 lifted off. That was at 84. That was at 34, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. And here we go. Oh, baby, there it goes. So technically, the statistic was hit right there. In my trading rules, it was not, and here's why. The rule says specifically that the open will be below the initial balance and that the close will be above the initial balance. Furthermore, the previous bar the open needs to be lower than the close, and the high needs to be below, and the close needs to be below the initial balance. So there's no trigger here yet, but if this guy goes up through and makes it, that should be an A. I'm not clear. I got to go back and look at the rules about whether the high or low in the previous bar. I think if I'm not mistaken, if I remember how I coded it, it's only the open and the close. The idea is you want to try to figure out, you want to identify a market that's moving the direction you want it to, right? Come on, baby, get that signal. Daddy wants a new pair of shoes. Let's go. I want to put a trade on. Yeah, I'm excited to see it. I want to know if IRT is going to, go off on its own again like it did the other day. I'm sure that it's not something IRT did wrong. I'm sure it's what I did that I don't know about. But I can guarantee you I want to identify what that is. Because this is a real live funded account, and Monday will be in the live funded account, not on SIM, assuming I get this identified. If I don't, I will not, because I'm not stupid. Here's another problem. If this bar takes out the IB statistic, it will not be an A signal because this one is out of sequence. The open is higher than the close. Now we're going to get somewhere if we get this one up. Previously, I guess we can talk about that. Before I started the specific rules and the backtesting, I would have considered this to be an IB failure trade. We've taken the IB, we can't get above it or make any headway. I would have probably tried to short right in here somewhere. That would raise into question the range requirement, or what we refer to as meat on the bone. I'm waiting for the clock to get there. Sorry about that. And what that means is, for me, this used to be a hard code in my trade plan that I couldn't, even though I had a completely triggered entry, it was not valid if there wasn't the range requirement. And that means, here we go again. Now we may get our signal. That means that if my entry is valid, I need to have an unobstructed path to the first risk neutral scale. If you went short right here, that's 35. This is 32 quarter. That's not 3 points. That's not 3 points. None of those would work for. Oh man, we got screwed on the signal again. Bummer. This is really, now this is where, sorry about that. Let me get back to, you see here, this is by all intents and purposes the A and B, the A signal, except the previous lead bar is wrong. Needed to be like this. This would be the A. Now I'm not going to have an A here because we're above that. We're above the IB. The open is above it. And this is the point where I have to, I remember all these things, of course, and it's here in the stream. When you're doing the what ifs, because you can backtest and you have an efficient, quick backtest system, that's where you do the what ifs. A couple days running now, this has been the case. And this is a function of narrow ATR. I'll bet you the ATR is narrow. Here's our B for the continuation. There it was for a second. But that's not going to be a valid signal because we don't have the A or the first rule. God damn. And you see what happened now? Let's go over here and you'll understand why I am a fortune teller. The RTH boys couldn't stand it. We got the new ATH high. We got the new all-time high in the ATH, in the RTH session. So there you go. Who's your daddy? I'm gonna just plop that in there right now. As I said in the pre-market, the RTH guys cannot stand ETH people to have a
can't stand them to have a record. Yeah, let me change that around. I kind of like it this way better, I think. Oh, that's RTH. And that's 24,105, isn't it? Yep. Okay, that is the new official all-time high. Boop. And are we going to get a 3-bar reversal up here? Who knows? Now this has been taken out. My workflow is to change the text to black and laugh. Ha ha ha. They haven't even remotely thought about the gaps. And because of the signal sequence, I don't have a trade. It happens. And that's trading. Discipline, trading. I mean, and that's what, in my opinion, that's what you have to do. That's the way it must be approached. My opinion. The way I do it. You know, close your eyes and throw a dart. Works for you? Great. This is definitely not a case or a stream or implied my way or the highway kind of deal. This is just the way I'm doing it, and I share that openly and freely. And would love comment, you know, ideas, whatever. Now, if you're a other kind of trader, where am I? What's this? This a tweezer bottom? Double bottom? Tweezer bottom? Whatever. Reversal and up. Huh? Hindsight, isn't it amazing? It is the stock and trade of the gurus, man. This is rear view mirror trading at its finest. This is a recognized situation. Let's get over here where we can see that a little wider. It's a recognized V bottom reversal rod, and those guys trade that in Static. But it isn't in my plan, and I'm not changing my plan during the trading session. That ought to be clear, I hope. I'm probably more tired of saying it than you are of hearing it. Shucks. Now you have to really think about, what are you going to do now? What happens at this point if I get a signal? Well, context is pretty damn clearly up, and they're not the closest they got to thinking about closing the gaps right over here. A new all-time high, going long at a new all-time high. Ooh, that's kind of dizzying. And this is just complete supposition. I don't have any signal. I had no A signal, no trigger. I had no A signal. Yeah, I mean, I don't have an A signal here, so this B wouldn't be any good if I have a trigger. Yeah, there you go. It's enough to piss off the Pope, that's for sure, but you know, it is the discipline, and it is trading. There you go. Where in the hell are we now? What time is it? Well, we're about 2 hours and 30 minutes in. I think I've talked to just about everything I could possibly get up to. Here's one for you. This is probably pretty applicable in a couple of minutes. I realize this sounds stupid, but I'm trying to hold to this without making a whole lot of changes on this chapter marker thing I got. I'm having to do manually because the update or the plugin doesn't work anymore. It broke with the last OBS update. So this, I'll launch off on this one in a minute. Just to save me, putting in random times and doing goofy stuff. In my opinion, the chapter or the time frame markers or whatever you want to call them are so important because the stream is 7 hours minimum every day. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm sure as hell not going to listen to 7 hours of this. Sometimes me not talking, the music playing, whatever else it is, when I want to know what happened when I entered that trade. What happened when we took the IB statistic? Okay. And I want to be able to jump there and go there. Jump to it and go there. That's the purpose of the chapters. And I'm no different than anybody else. One of the reasons I stream this to YouTube, incidentally, besides the transparency and the accountability, is I can review the stream on any device. These are, as I said, 2 stand-up desks. And I'm standing here from a little before 6 in the morning until usually around 2100. So it's nice to be able to not have to do that. Following up now with this emotional thing and psychology. And is this a 3-bar reversal we're going to get here? Look at that. That would be in, technical analysis speak, that would pretty much be a 3-bar reversal. 1, 2, 3. Anyway, would I like to have taken a trade? Am I disappointed that this signal didn't fire? Yeah, absolutely. And the important part here is we have what I refer to as our monkey mind. Tom talks about it in terms of Hyde, Jekyll and Hyde. Somebody else referred to it as, remember Tweety Bird with the little angel on one shoulder or Sylvester with the angel on one shoulder and the devil on the other, That's the whole idea. And what you need to do is recognize that those feelings and emotions and adrenaline releases, whatever, are built into our wiring for thousands of years. They kept our ancestors alive way back then, and that allowed those ancestors to pass the genes and that DNA on to end up at us now. The ones that didn't follow their instincts ended up something else's lunch probably and didn't pass on any DNA. So you need to recognize that FOMO, fear, the desire to be right, risk aversion, those are wired into us, into our DNA, and you're never going to get rid of them. But what you really need to do, what I do, and I recognize and I, expound around here is recognize those feelings, thoughts, be in the here and now, and don't act on them. Every time you are successful with that, you increase your psychological capital. And at this point in my game, it's not a problem for me to be disciplined to stand here all day and not take a trade because I didn't get the signal, and that's that. Some people just cannot make it 5 minutes without clicking the mouse. Well, they are not recognizing that FOMO or whatever that adrenaline or monkey mind thing is that's happening to them is happening, and they're reacting to it. So it's real important not to do that, in my opinion. And I look at it just, you can look at it any way you want to, but in my opinion, it's just be an adult. I don't overtrade. I don't click the mouse. I don't, give in to FOMO or chase a trade. I also don't go to the bathroom in my pants. I'm an adult. And in my mind, they are exactly the same. No difference. So makes it easy for me. I'm just throwing that out there. Think about it however you want, but I certainly know several traders who now and over the years that absolutely didn't recognize that at all and just blew them up right, left, and center. Me too, way back when. I didn't have any idea what trading was. I thought it was, I was always pretty good at whatever I tried to do. And I thought it was like a video game. And man, I went after, like I was killing snakes, hook, line, and sinker. This was 99, right at the tail end of the dot-com bubble. And it blew up watching the airplanes fly into the trade center. It was long, and they shut the market down, and when they reopened it, I didn't have an account anymore. But it wasn't because I was phenomenally wealthy, to begin with. So, I didn't have a phenomenally large account to begin with, but, I've evolved over those years and haven't been continually focused on this like I am now. Another career or so in the meantime there, but I always was in touch with trading. So there's that. Monkey mind, baby. When you hear me talk about your monkey mind, you know what I'm talking about. And it's a TGIF, and it's 10:30 already. That is pretty dong. Speaking of monkey mind, pretty darn disappointing right here, huh? Now, we don't have any trigger yet, and yeah. Is this news? Is this snooze? Let's look and see if somebody's jibber jabbering here. I don't want to look at the freaking mookie. Yeah, I don't see anything really earth-shaking here that's happening now, and fortunately I don't know. We may get a little random risk here sometime, at some point in the day. I can't believe. Hey, he might be. Trump may be golfing because he's going to be traveling at 9:30. He may be out golfing, so we might have a little reprieve. We may have a reprieve in the random risk department. That would be cool. Not that it's affecting my trading at all, but something to bear in mind. And we didn't get one again, so we're not getting any. We're not getting any place quick. Quick. They are certainly not making any overture to close the gap, are they? And we're getting a pretty balanced profile if you look at it over here in Market Profile Bill and also in IRT, just on the Renko chart. Well, they've got over being a doji now, and they're going to just get island toppish as hard as they can. Show everybody that they're on crack. Irrational exuberance is what Greenspan called it. Irrational exuberance. what's going on else? Now we did the monkey mind thing. We've done pretty much everything. Now we're getting up to the end of my chapters, my pre-usual stuff. So good. I can not worry about that now. God, I hope that fella gets it coated up. Oof. Funny how you get used to something and you don't realize how you lean on it, you know? That's where I'm at with this deal. After that drama yesterday, I'm a little gun shy about leaving here, you know. It's kind of disappointing. It's I guess this is time to, I could add a new thing here. Hold on. Let me do that. What are we in? Row 2. Let's make it 40. It's important to recognize the most valuable tool that you have in your office. The most critical piece of equipment is sitting on your side of the monitor. And you need to think about and realize that. All the time and money and thought goes into what monitor to get and what microphone to use and how about the software and code this up and code that up and all that BS. All of that input, all of that effort, all of that stimulus is being processed by your eyes and your brain to make financial decisions that will affect you and your family. That's the most critical tool you've got, and you need to take care of that. When we sit staring at these screens for hours a day, our short focus eye muscles are in continual contraction. If you want to know what that's like, clench both your fists as tight as you can and keep them that way for an hour. See how you feel. So it's really important to take a break through the day, more than one preferably. Get out into natural light, get some UV, which is good for, in limited amounts, is good for your eyes. Soft focus down the street, peek over the fence at the neighbor lady by the pool, whatever it is. Focus on a distance, not up close. Let your eyes soft focus out to distance. That's really huge. Also, be aware of yourself. I was talking about, be aware of your monkey mind. Be aware of yourself physically and physiologically. Stay hydrated. Recognize that you're not on some sort of emotional tilt. Exercise, keep your body healthy, because healthy, hydrated mind, good eyes, you make good decisions. You don't go out and get hammered and come home at 3 a.m. and get in a fight with your significant other and then expect to get up at 6 a.m. and trade and do a good job of it. So there you go. There's my advice on that one. That's really important, and you'll figure that out the older you get. And just let me give you a pearl of advice from an old guy. It's real easy to get out of shape the older you get, and the harder it is to get back in. You let yourself get fat and flabby and whatever else. If you maintain yourself, it's much, much easier to continue in that vein. And it's a habit, you know. Oh, I've had a guy ask me, how do you just get up and exercise, go for a run every day or climb those 35,000 steps or whatever I used to do in Kale? I said, well, Jim, it's real simple. Put on your sneakers and walk out the goddamn door. That's first. Walk down to the end of the block and come back. And then the next day go 2 blocks, you know what I mean? Don't just figure you're going to buy a new pair of sneakers and go run a marathon. That isn't going to probably work out very good for you. So that's my way of approaching it, and just do it, you know? But I can't begin to tell you how important it is, and how many people I see that, my wife was giving me crap because I, spent almost $2,000 on Topstep combines this month, and I don't know what to do, and I'm trying to trade off my phone. It's like, dude, come on. You're an adult with grown children and a successful career. I mean, a professional. Just step back and approach trading like you do everything else. Or the other side of the coin, admit to yourself, hey, this is fun. I like the adrenaline rush. I don't do drugs. I don't drink. I like the adrenaline rush of trading. So I'm going to do the hell out of that. And then be at peace with it. In the case of somebody like that, my suggestion would be, don't kid yourself with this prop firm stuff. Get yourself a $40 subscription to Rhythmic Data with Bookmap, and just plan on the fact that your entertainment is going to cost you $40 a month, and trade hell out of it. Don't kid yourself into thinking that you're going to become a prop firm millionaire, especially in my case if you're using Topstep. That's really set me back, boy. I didn't ever expect that they would do that they would be so do such an about face on their credibility and go back on their word. In breach of contract. When you start a combine, you start a contract with them. They certainly have no problem calling you when you break the rules, but there's no recourse when they do it. Pretty disappointing. You can hear all about that if you go back to 1 hour and 5 minutes in, but I'm not gonna. This is Friday, and this is the last time I'm talking about that. So. Unless I decide to sue them. But what good's that gonna do? Oh, look at here. Holy crap. Boys and girls, we have an A. And let's see if it holds. Now, what would need to happen? Okay, why is this an A and this not? Because we had the lead bar qualification. This is not set yet. Let's hope that it does. And then what happens? Well, then we need to have a B. Now we have an official A. Will we have an official B and then a trigger? At least we're in the game. Ooh, I'm excited. Ooh, boy, oh boy, oh boy. Here we go. And now let me just refresh the whole conversation. Because of the anomalies that happened a couple of days ago with IRT firing off trades by itself, and this is a demo or a paper trade thing on in my live account to confirm everything's working properly, I'm going to mechanically take
whatever the next trigger is, whether it's an IB continuation or the IB failure. I will do that in Bookmap over here by firing this. And having said that, now it's time for my my checklist. Well, I've got my trade control panel activated. I've got the risk neutral 2-lot package queued up. That's apparent. I've back to ready to trade. When I have a signal or a trigger over here, I will put the trade on because I want to see how IRT and Bookmap's not a problem. I want to see how IRT reacts, and it's not, I'm saying straight up, it's not something IRT's doing wrong, I'm sure. It's something that I had done wrong in the configuration somehow or another. But I obviously want to be damn sure what that is before I've got my own real money trading, which is the plan was for next week. But I'm not going to do that till I know. Okay, we have an A. What needs to happen next? Well, there's a trigger. Okay. No good. Why? We don't have a B. If this were a B and we had the trigger, that's long, on the spot. This is not we don't have a B. Let me restate this. I'm not going to bother coding these signals on this visual make me feel good chart in sequence, because I know that I have to have an A, and then I have a B, and then I have the trigger. Okay, I can have all the B's in the frickin' world. If I don't have an A, it's not going to matter. And this B ahead of this A doesn't matter, in my opinion. So that's where we are. Now, if we catch a B, well, we just about got a B there. That's pretty darn close. That's too bad. Needed to have a close up here about in the pullback zone. Oh, this is fun. Great. This is great. Let me doctor up my lighting here. Well, I'm okay, I guess. All right, I'm gonna go reload. I'm gonna go reload the T bucket. Taking along out of here is risky business, because what in the hell are we doing? Well, we're rotational. We're working on a gap up, and that would essentially, and we're working on new all-time highs. That's just got about everything going for it you wouldn't want to have happen, would you? And typically, for me, a breakout for years was an error. I have an error code for it. But that would be up here and take the breakout. That's not the way my signal's written. Okay? And I looked at a breakout trade as FOMO. And before you start saying anything or typing somewhere, I realized very definitely that breakout trade is a valid structure, a valid trade type signal. Here we go. Now we got us a B. Now if we get the trigger, I'm good to go. So let's keep watching over here. And let's keep watching over here. When we get down to within 1 point, one way or another of this, can I do this and not screw myself? We get down to within 1 point either way of this IB, that's the trigger. And I may just throw on a resting order. But right now, I'm going to take a bio break quickly.
Mucha suerte con todo sin bote, un payaso sin trucos y chistes, un bufón sin las putas canciones, con tu la 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 la, la 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 la.
Are we rich yet? Oh, well, there's our trigger.
No me sigue, maná, tanta ira no me reconocí, cuántas
Okay, I've got the order in. Am I on? Yeah, got the order in. We got the trigger. We got the trigger configured here. And let's see what happens. Let's see if we get in the order, in the trade, first of all. Oops. See if we get in the trade, first of all. And there we are. We're in the trade, and we're in the trade at some time or another. 255.09. Pretty funny. The last trade I got into here was 256. Isn't that funny? What happened? Nothing yet. Are we going to get stopped? Are we going to get our scale? Who knows? Only the shadow knows. Now I'm not getting any random craziness with IRT. That's good. Okay. That's a good thing. Whoa, look at there. Talk about God taking care of kids and drunks. Look at that for a close call. Wow. And doesn't mean we're going to get risk neutral scale or not get stopped. What it means is that's close call. I don't think there's a hell of a lot of probability that we're going to get up here and get this target. That's quite an extension above all-time highs, but you never know. You never know. And what have we got here? That's just exactly on in the pullback zone. So who knows? But this is now we're at least doing something. That's fun, isn't it? We can zoom in a little bit if we need to here, and zoom up a little bit if we need to here. All right, you guys keep an eye on it. I'm gonna go get fill up my tea glass here. this would be an environment where I would tend to manage the trade by trailing up. We're right up against all-time highs. We're in at 35 here, and this is the scale. And this is the take profit target. So, do I think that's very likely? Well, maybe, but boy, I don't know. So, I would tend in this situation that I'm not vetting the trade to manage the trade by trailing, assuming that we get to break even, that I get risk neutral. Now we need, I need a big tweet from the Agent Orange that, you know, I don't know, something happened wonderful. There we go, risk neutral scale. And you see break even drop down here to my stop. At this moment, the worst that can possibly happen is, where am I? 301.03. Sorry, typing. 0301. Risk neutral scale. There we go. Now, if I want it to be over managing, oh, look at that. I would bring this stop up to break even, for example, and would lock in 150 bucks. I don't know what all this is about, but I don't like it much. As I eat my banana. For a little potassium. I'll tell you something you can do with regard to the staying fit story. I don't know, you know, depending on where you trade, but I'm fortunate enough to have a room. And I have stand-up desks. So I've got a pile of dumbbells laying on the floor, you know, barring the door, and, you know, I can do squats and curls, and I can exercise while I'm watching the market go by. Slap you guys on mute so I'm not grunting and groaning. There you go. And I have absolutely no idea what all this is about. You know, we're into RTH2. Like I said, I'd be pretty, if this thing gets up towards the high, I'll be real tempted to scale up or trail up to a 1-to-1, simply because, you know, where the hell are they going and why? But then I don't know why we're up here now anyhow, so we can just let her play out, huh? I guess that's the thing to do. Perhaps if we get to this liquidity, yeah, I don't know. We get up to these nosebleed levels, and I'm never, you know, we're just banging around on the all-time high here now, which is not the all-time high anymore, remember? Oh, I didn't notice that, excuse me. There we go, now we're at the all-time high. How did I let that get by? RTH all-time high. Now I'm going to do something which is just for the sake of the stream. This is one of the handy little features of Bookmap. There's the trade, there's where we are so far, there's the in, there's the out, there's everything about it. And I'll make a screen snap of all of that. And I use these in the journal. You know, I slap these grabs into the journal, and I put a little text on them: higher outer range, RTH1, RTH2, what the setup was, blah blah blah. Holdovers from the past. I would be pretty, you know, surprised if this gets much above the previous high, to be honest with you, without pulling back some. Remember, we're in a gap situation. And here we are. Yes, here we are. So there was our A, B, trigger. But wait. Did I take that one or did I take this one? And missed this one while I was getting water. Well, anyway. B trigger, somebody trigger. Let's see here. You can see over there on the info box the time and all that stuff. So the trigger here is 11:03. When did I get in? 10 something or other, right? 55, yeah. I took this trigger. That's right, I took this trigger. And here was, oh my God, we're gonna get stopped. Now, this is a pretty snappy looking 3-bar reversal, isn't it? I'm not having much confidence in this consolidation that we're putting on here, that it's going to get anywhere after this, but I'm happy with the fact that I'm seeing the behavior that I expect in IRT. So I would be confident with that. I think. And be great, you know, if they want to run it up there, I'm happy with that. We've got 839 at the 39 handle. Look at that. Huh? See that? Yeah, there you go. 39. 838, and that ties up over here. Now, it should be no surprise that it ties up over here. Why is it no surprise? They're both fed from rhythmic data. But I am always busy trying to figure out something. I'm always busy checking and rechecking, you know? It's like a scan. Come on, get up there. Get up there and show everybody who's boss of those 800s. Take that 835 out. Come on. Take a rip to the top. Let me scale up. What I will do if we get up here to the high again, I'll trail up to the T1. That would equate to a 1-to-1 and would be something, $300, as opposed to $750. I can't begin to tell you the emotional capital or the psychological capital that you gain by the risk neutral scale. And I know all the stories about, oh, but I'm giving back half of my profit, and if I take A+ trades, I'm doubling my money up here. And yeah, all of that is true. And when you at a trading level that your setup is, you know exactly what you're doing, like Rod or Harry, for example, over in Static, by all means. Instead of $750, this is $1,500. One trade. But until that case, and if you're nervous or unsure at all, this is a huge psychological capital deposit. The worst that I can possibly do here is scratch. If I want to pull the stop up to here, I've made $150. Which is, you know, chump change, but hey, better a poke in the head, right? And I'm, you know, not to say this too many times a day, but it's important. This is my journal, and I'm talking to myself. And this is not for trade or financial advice, but it is out there for you to evaluate. You know, does it make sense to you? Does it not make sense to you? Am I dumber than a post? What, you know? And that's fine. This is what I'm doing and why. You saw the signals? Oh, that reminds me. I need to zap the signals here. See if that's, yeah, okay, great. For the journal again. We got this consolidation now. If we get a breakout, who knows? We got 211 up there. That 800 lifted off. Notice this 800 lifted off here. Didn't trade out. It lifted off. Now we got 211 that's been parked up here at the 43 handle for a good long period of time. How long? Well, substantially 1020. Right after we put in the new all-time high up here, or just before it. Where's Blue Boy? That devil he's doing something there. He's sneaking up in the hayloft or whatever else he's up to. I now have my entire session in range. Here's the trade. I am in alignment with context. I took my signal, and you know, all is right with the world. Ooh, right. Can't tell you how tickled I am that the damn we do this. I can't tell you how happy I am that the stuff is working right. Obviously, you can imagine that's not good. Look at us go. Oh, come on, baby. Now we need Trump to say something about he's gonna give everybody, you know, I don't know what, you know. I can't think of anything. Some sort of tweet, you know. Strippers for everybody. I don't know. Who the hell knows? Strippers all around. God, what a crazy mess. Now I would be in a position to think about trailing up. But I think in terms of just basic risk neutral, I'm so indoctrinated into only taking these trades for the statistical vetting exercise to determine the edge or the expectancy, wherein you cannot move the stops, you can't move any of the targets because you can't make any statistical statement about them if they're inconsistent, right? So the fact that I can actually manage this trade, I'm having a hard time getting my head knocked loose that that's okay. Well, let's see what happens. I think what I will do, just for the sake of the stream here, is we get up to this all-time high again. I will consider trailing up to the
risk neutral scale. And let me point out something that's really, really critical if you're using Bookmap, which I learned the hard way. This active data column right here, you see how the mouse turns into a $sign? If you accidentally grab over here looking to move this stop or something, you've entered another trade or order whether you meant to or not. For the longest time, I didn't activate the chart trading, only the DOM. Now, if I want to grab this and move it up to break even, I can do that without any problem. But accidentally grabbing this wrong column and by clicking, if you miss that line, you've made a resting order or short or whatever it is. Needless to say, you can probably tell by my voice that I've made that error more than once. The reason I have switched from keyboard entries, which you can do in either configuration, chart or DOM, obviously you need to set up the hotkeys and stuff, but the focus of the computer must be on the application, one, and number two, I think the mouse, clicking right here, is a more precise and faster way to do it. I was able to put my resting order right there just above the IB high, and there was no problem with that. You can do it over here, but you have to use the line to figure out where you're aligning, right? I don't have to do that here. I see the level. Get up there and take that high, girls. Come on. Let's show everybody what big shots you are here and take a new all-time high. Where are we? We're only at 11:16, so that's still not too crazy. What about here? Well, suspiciously quiet. That makes me pretty nervous. That makes me pretty nervous. By golly. Are we still getting music? Or are we getting... I hope that really annoys me that copyright crap. Okay. I don't know what to think about this, frankly. I guess it's important for me to... I pretty much short mostly. Because somewhere along my journey here, I came to the realization that we take the stairs up and jump out the window down. You know? So I sort of, I mean, I don't trade predominantly one way or the other. I definitely trade both sides of the market, but as you can see here, but I guess you could say my preference is short. I think it's more, I think I've had more success that way. I don't know. People say that it's a losing proposition overall, but I think that's from an investing point of view. Anyway, as I said, I used to have an error about breakouts, and for me to be standing here thinking, well, I'm going to get up here another, 6 handles above our our current all-time high, and RTH high seems like a little kind of ridiculous, but it seems pretty ridiculous that we've done what we've done, so. I mean, it seems pretty ridiculous that we've done this and then that.
but we did. So, you know, what's that mean? Means I don't know. I'm not a good judge of ridiculous, I guess. And this is, you know, I'm risk neutral, so I've got my helmet on, my feet up, and I'm just standing here thinking out loud. Something that is to think about now. All these highs here, all those guys that love to try to pick the top, where do you suppose their stops are? Well, we're going to find out here in a minute from the looks of it. When they run these highs, boom, it's going to zoom up here, and I'm guessing going to get up towards 43. Just a guess. But I don't think it's too far-fetched. That's kind of, you know, where's the fuel? It's the stops. Oh, they ran my stops. Well, they ran your stops because you put them in the most conspicuous spot that every retail dork does. Now, there we go. This was not necessarily a good entry because my stop didn't go below the swing low. However, it was outside of the majority of the traffic, which is a good thing. That's, you know, the benefit of an asymmetrical trade and a trade entry location. Come on, girls, get up there now. Show everybody what a big shot you are. I don't know. I'm always flabbergasted at how this kind of thing just keeps happening. Irrational exuberance. I could trail up and most likely be tagged out. And in reality, I don't particularly care about the, this is a sim deal, right? So what? Essentially. But here we are at 27 handles, ticks, I'm sorry. 27 ticks in the market, off entry. And you notice that if I open this up, there's all the same nonsense we have right over here. I could add this, I guess. I don't have that. You can add and subtract. I'll have to remember to do that so that they're exactly the same. Come on, get up there. Show everybody who's boss. Get up there and smack this out. I got things to do. People to screw. Well, we took a trade. It worked. The signal fired as hoped. I could scale up. I could trail up. I could have trailed to here and would be now out. Stopped right there at a 1-to-1. Which is no way to grow your account, compound your account, or have a successful business. The key to this is the R factor, or the risk-reward ratio, has got to be better than a 1-to-1. Win rate is a useless metric when taken by itself. Boy, they stopped him, didn't they? Look at that. Imagine all the stops that are getting laid in up here. Well, there are some of them, and here's some more, I guess. there is a setup that Rod and company use called the bar trade. That's breakout and retest. I've never been able to get it. My question is always, how is this the bar? Is this the bar? You know? But it is essentially let's pretend this is the bar. Breakout and retest. And then a breakout again. The idea being it's going to break out in the direction of context. I guess that was another question I always had about that setup. Okay, so I've identified that it broke out and retested. Now what? Which way do I suppose it's going to take the trade? So, what's going on now? I wonder if I can change accounts in the middle of the stream. I'd bet not. I bet that would be kind of a dumb idea. Yeah, I don't wanna. That definitely got a consolidation going on, don't they? Right around that ETH high. So that's where we traded up to in the overnight. And now we're trying to figure out what to do next. Remember that yesterday, I don't know whether I'd say it's conventional wisdom, but my kind of gut feeling is that oftentimes they'll do a reversal and, readjust their inventory in the 12-to-1 spot. Don't know. Do not know. There's also a 12-to-1 statistic, which we're not there yet or anything, but and it's essentially like the initial balance statistic in that it says, okay, if we put in a new excess in price between 12 and 1, first of all, if the market is out of balance and we put in a new excess between 12 and 1, there's a high probability that we'll exceed that excess in the balance of the RTH session. So instead of having to, watch the market from 930 to 1600, you can watch it from 1300 to 1600. Look at this here now. What some folks would be going, is it still too low? Is it still too low? Low, low, low? How low can you go? I'm not saying it's going to go higher, and if you want to be real squinty about it, what did we do? Well, we were putting in lower highs and lower lows. But if you look at it this way on it's all time frame, right? If you look at it this way, it's higher highs and higher lows. I personally have no idea. I mean, I was going to say I personally think it's probably going to pull back and adjust inventory, which would take my stop. But who the hell knows? And as I said before, why are we just continually, but I've been wondering why we've been putting in continually new all-time highs for the last, I don't know how many weeks. So I'm not anybody to judge about that, I guess. Maybe I'm not the best authority on that one. To me, it seems stupid. The economy isn't great. Inflation is happening. This whole tariff thing makes no sense. It seems to be just hurting everybody. You know, so I don't know. I don't know. I'm about half tempted to try switching this account on IRT and seeing what happens, if anything. I don't want IRT to freeze up and stuff, though. You know, trying to switch horses in the middle of the stream, I don't know. I think that was part of what happened the other day, is IRT became unresponsive when I tried to do something. I was trying to flatten or something. And then when I restarted it, it had some order living in the queue or whatever, right? And it just fired that when it got back online, I think. It worked out in my favor, you know. Not that that's anything to count on or rely on, and it was meaningless essentially, but certainly not anything you'd want to have happen on a regular basis. Normal trade with a live account, that's exactly what you don't want. Oh look, my software's trading by itself, isn't that cute? Yeah. Choke. Well, what are they gonna do? Who are they gonna call? Upsy daisy. Get up there, come on, show everybody who's boss. Get up there and take out a new all-time high. Get that 43 level. Take those ones. Oh, look at here, we got 391 at the 39 handle now. It just came back in here. I'm always torn psychologically or mentally. Are they putting the lid on the pot? Are they preventing, in other words, are these guys reaching across the market and putting the lid on the pot so it doesn't get any higher? Or is that a magnet? I've heard people swear that it's both of those, you know, different camps. 400 of them now at 39. Also, there's something I had heard about long ago. It's typically the higher time frame which moves the market outside the IBs, someone said. I guess that makes sense. They're the ones with enough horsepower to do that. How that would apply in this case and what would it mean, I don't know. Whoa, this is not looking good here now. It's just rotational. That's pretty much what they're doing. Developing value area high has now moved up. The culmination of millions of traders, isn't it amazing? and you know, whatever high time frame, high frequency, whatever those dorks are up to. Dorks are up to.
Já sei como é. Sei que o nosso amor aquece.
And there we go for the stop. Okay. Scratch.
O sol nasceu.
A couple of different opportunities to manage the trade by trailing to either break even or T1, but kind of against the like, why bother in this, you know, in this environment when it's a scratch. So there you go. And let's see what we get now. We have an A. Oh yeah, here we go. So we have our A right there. And we now have a B. If we get up here, we'll have a trigger short. So let's keep an eye on that. Whoops, 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 whoops. Hold it, I gotta get my snaps all snapified here. Boom. Just like I said, I annotate these and paste them into the static journal. So yeah, I'm crazy. I'm gonna tell you. Half off the wall, and I learned it all in the Navy. Well, here's an interesting one now. We have a double bottom, which is a B. If we get to here, we got a trigger. Will I short it? Yep. I will. I could put a resting short in there. And I might need to do that because I'm gonna hit out for a bio break here. And let's see if I can not screw this up. Okay, resting order. Above the market, right click, fingers crossed. There we go. Okay, resting order. Now, had I left clicked up here, I'd be in a long, like. What happened? Am I rich yet? Oh, man. Come on. I want to be rich. And now, okay, now look at this crap. I want to point out to you that even though I'm in a sim trade, this is exactly what happened the other day. I've got a resting order flag right there. Why is that happening? And I definitely don't want to do several things here. I don't want to click that. There's the resting order. Damn it. Gosh darn it. Let me see something else there. Let's look over here. Yeah, there it is over here too. I'm gonna have to take everywhere. Man, we got we got them every place over here. I don't know. Account. I don't know whether it's, there should be a check mark by the account, I would think. That doesn't, and this is the SIM. So the SIM account here is internally generated SIM by IRT itself. This is the SIM rhythmic data account. So none of this is a crisis for the real thing, but it's annoying as shit that. Let's get back over here. Are you with me so far? Yeah, okay. Let's get back over here and see what we got. So we have working order right there. Bills, nope. Now we're gonna sell off, so I'm not gonna get my trigger. Oh well. Now, do I cancel this without getting, and look at the mean reversion, huh? Outside, right, straight to the mean. There's a pretty cool one if you're doing that. It wouldn't have had any of the range requirement or the meat on the bone that I would normally be looking for. But if you're a mean reversion guy, actually, if you're a mean reversion person and you got short up here, you have not stopped out yet. And finally you got to the mean. Is this going to kiss off the bottom and go zooming up through the top? Yeah, probably. I think I'll just leave this order laying over here. I could cancel it here for that. I think I can cancel it over here. Let's see what happens here. See the red line? Whatever that means, I don't know. Oh wait, I remember what the cancel is. The cancel is the middle mouse button, I think. Yeah, you can tell I've traded with a mouse a lot here, right? Well, by golly, they're going to sell her down. I wish they would get up for the trigger and then do it. That would have been fun. Let me see if I get this canceled. Yep. Middle mouse, got to remember that. And it canceled immediately on IRT. So that part seems to be working, but that tells me that it's a different account. So I don't have a trigger for my world famous, this would be the IB failure trade. Now here's something that you got to remember about the IB failure trade. It is, remember that it, by definition, it is a mean reversion. So if you got short here, there's the mean. That's only 5 handles. It's okay from 35 to 32. This is one of the pullback ranges, so that's not one, doesn't constitute an obstacle for me. But I need to remember, and so should you, we're not in this to scratch. We're in this to make profits. We're not in this to just, get down here. There's the target. Where else you going? If you know what I mean. So that's pretty kind of disappointing. I was looking forward to getting up for that second trigger. But yeah, and that's nobody's saying it's not going to get there, but it's looking. I thought it was going to be here. That would have been great. Obviously, would have been. But I think they're going to sell it off. You know, like I said, the 12-to-1 thing. Sometime around there, you often see a reversal, and that's what are we doing? Well, there's the low. There's the IB, and there's the BPOC, and somewhere around there's the mid, I think. The mid is at 27-ish here, so. Oh, are they going to get all excited and zoom up and catch that trigger? That'd be cool. Let's have that happen. Come on. Come up there. Come on. Look at here. Pulling them up. 384 at the 34 handle. My. This is definitely just playing a video game now. I mean, I am playing, not playing, I'm trading this exactly by the signals. If we get up here and hit this trigger, I'm short. But what's the context? It's still up if you know. Higher lows, squint at higher highs. I don't know. They're going to get up here to this IB low again, it looks like. They weren't too interested in any of that low hanging fruit, I guess. We're going to get above this. We couldn't the last time. Now there's two things I can do. I can put a resting order here, or I can just have my mouse down here and right click that thing when it gets there, and that'll instantly put me into the short without it being a resting order. But I want to, that should be the trigger. Right there. We're gonna get there? Come on, what's the matter with you guys? Come on. One more tick. Now I don't know what to do. I put a resting order in there, and I should have probably just got on a market. That's kind of annoying. In the minute I'd have to kill this one and then do a market, because the second I did the market, it'd fill and then grab that one, and I'd be in a 4 lot, which isn't the point. See if they take one more bump up and catch it, and if not, I'll close it out and mark it in. Or what do I do here? Do I close this off and take a market at up here at a high somewhere? See if we get in there. Come on, one more tick. Be a big shot. Come on. Come on, one more push. Come on. One tick. You gotta be kidding me. There we go. Now we're short. Okay, T2. This is Fauna. 03. 49.38. And I'm not even looking at the market because I can't. Okay, and that's T2. I'm gonna stop out or what? That's not any fun. I don't want to do that. They're all excited now about going back up. Huh. No, you guys got to come down here. You need to get down this way. That's the way you go. Come on. Unlikely. I'd say this is a low probability trade. I'm taking them because I want to see how IRT is dealing with this and how, and they're the signals, right? So so far I'm in a scratch. Basically, the context, in my opinion, would be up. So there you go. There's a stop, and that's just as I would have imagined it to be. 351, stop, T2, those three, 51, and what? Oh, 351, I don't know what. 20 seconds, I guess. And that's a T2, stop. Okay. Now what are we gonna do? Well, they got up here quite a ways, didn't they? They're gonna do this again. Here was the B. Here was the what do you call it? Trigger. Took the trade. This is where I need to, I was talking about earlier about the theory about context and coding in context. The context, in my opinion, is up on the higher time frame, on the daily time frame. So a short is not my typical go-to trade. No signals yet. This would have been a little higher, could have got a B for the A trade, and then we would have had a trigger here for the long. But that's also not, doesn't make any sense. Oh, wait. I'll just have to take all these snaps later. I don't know what to think about that, actually. And absolutely be sure you understand that this is just sim. I'm trading this on my live account, but sim, because I want to see the behavior of IRT. Wednesday, it was taking trades by itself. I did once anyway, and I shouldn't say that. There was an order that appeared, which was executed. Didn't, put in a market. It put a resting order, which got executed, and then certainly not something I want to have happen. Right? So I'm just following my signals mechanically and trading them and seeing what happens. We have a scratch and a stop so far. And now we got a long way to go. We would have to come up here to our trigger, to the B, I'm sorry, and then back to a trigger for a long. Just off the top of my head, I would want to be the first thing that crossed my mind is, so what's happened here? Are we in a rotational market? And I'm going to get on the wrong side of it, go long at the top and short at the bottom? That's not a winning idea. I'm not saying that's it, but that thought crossed my mind. Okay, if we take this trigger, if we get a B up here and we come down to the trigger, that would be a long out of here. It's not at the top, but you know what I mean. And it's in alignment with context pretty much, except it's almost 12 o'clock. What I don't want to do is have the system put me in a situation where I'm going long at the high, long at the top and short at the bottom. I don't want to get short in a hole, I'm not saying that's happening, but something to be aware of. Something to be aware of. So far then, 2 trades, a scratch and a stop. Excuse me. And that was quite a move off the VPOC, wasn't it? Back to the trigger and didn't even think about getting right up there. No consequence is kind of fun. Maybe I ought to do this one day a week or something. I'm so disciplined that I go for, adhering rigidly to the discipline and the rules. I sometimes don't take a trade in a week. In the past, I've got to get over that for sure. Let me see something. Here's a situation that I'm not sure about. I don't know what to think of. Okay, essentially, here's an A and a B and a trigger. There was also a trigger here, and there was a trigger here, and all these along here too, but I'm just talking about looking at this now. I have to get in my mind and really analyze how adjacent or relative, do these signals need to be? And I'm not saying I have the answer to that here with this system. I'm just noticing it here now. And on the other side of the coin, the same thing. If we have an A and we have a B, which do we do? And what if we get a sell trigger? What do we do? I did that a minute ago and got spanked without any MF. Whatever it is, MFE, some damn thing. Favorable excursion, I think is it, isn't it? MFE, MAE, MFA. This is favorable excursion and adverse excursion. And now what are we gonna do? Now we got another short trigger. Same story. So here we have an A and a B and a long triggers, and here we have an A and a B and short triggers. This requires thinking. Huh. I don't know what to say. I took the signal here And that happened. Do I take it again here and think we're going to sell down? I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know. And we just got and now we just got a long signal. Oh, they're toying with my affections here now. There's a short and there's a long. Short, long, short, long. Yeah, I think this is a... Now, the system would be taking these mechanically without any hesitation. But I'm trying to use a little bit of that most critical tool that I have in the office to figure out what I ought to do. That's the reason for this chart. What would make sense and what rule changes, if any, would I make? And these triggers are all I mean, it's obvious that they're all in this same zone. But they're all based on the open and the close. Now this is going to go ripping off. That is certainly not a place that you want to take along at the top of that candle. And maybe these longs may have been good triggers. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud and watching. I'm a scratch and a stop so far today. The general day is up, so I guess I would have to think about the context being in alignment with context. And we're in the world famous 12 o'clock hour, Central Standard Time. Certainly not my favorite. I think it's a good time to go for, and typically I would go for my walk, and yesterday I missed perfect signals for a IB continuation to the moon, Alice. Unlike this mess here. I don't think there's anything here to do. There's just a flurry of triggers, which I don't feel like can be taken meaningfully with the rules so far away. Excuse me. A lot of price action in the middle there. We're gonna get an A here in a minute, I think. If this one closes below here, this should turn into an A if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. No. Well, I don't know why, frankly. Oh. That's because this is the IB high. Maybe I need to rethink that rule. I keep notes or, track of this stuff. This is how I believe you develop and define a system. And I don't believe this mess is any kind of a system at this point. I'm disappointed that I took this one, right? But hey, it fired, and so I did. And it fired in reasonable sequence, B trigger, not 1,000 triggers in the middle of no place. So I'm not sure what would happen. Not sure what would happen that would change my outlook here. Definitely was a gap and go. They haven't even looked. This is the second gap in a row now. They haven't even acted like they considered for a moment. This is as close as they got, I guess, right here. The IB low, which is the open. And this price action now is just a disaster. This is retail soup they're making here. What are we doing with the What's going on here? Why is it doing that? I hate it when it does that. Sometimes IRT gets real irritating. This is the correct chart, but I want to look at this one, and somehow it's pulled this chart over the top. Let's see what else is buggered up. No, that one's okay. So it is apparently only that one. Yeah. Mm-mm. Now I'm going to delete this, and if it goes away, I'm going to be really pissed. Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at. Ooh, look at the low volume we are here. 1.5 ATR, yeah, that makes sense. Here's our that. Here's this back. Let me just save this. Yeah. So irritating, you know, like why does it do that? Yeah, tight consolidation into the noon hour. No, I'm not gonna do anything. What do we have? Well, let's look back. We have a scratch signal. We have a stop signal. And now we have more triggers than you can shake a stick at, but none of them look like they're valid to me at all. And we are in the noon hour, the 12 to 1 hour, and it is basically a out of balance day, in my opinion, but maybe not really, because where's Blue Boy? Hiding over here, that devil. What's going on there? There's the session. This thing continues to fire signal after trigger because it does, right? These are all, this is just, price is just flopping around in a 1 point range. This is 1 point above the IB high and 1 point below. That's the trigger zone. And it's just going to keep doing that till the cows come home, I guess. In my opinion, it's not valid because we've got the A's clear over here. Then we don't have another continuation till B here. I tried one. It got scratched. And then the second one was the short trigger here, which got stopped. And now it's just a flurry of triggers, and I don't think that would be a valid consideration in any of them. So there you go. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And I'm tired, by the way. Isn't it nap 30 or something? I've been at this for a little more than 6 hours now, standing here. And I'm sort of sick of this damn music thing. I don't know what to do about that, but Let's see. Let's do the piano check. And go down below the, wherever it was here. Okay. Well, Sure as the world. The minute I go out for my little jaunt here, this will make some kind of monumental movement that I want to make sure is happening correctly. Let's see what happens if I do this. Well, that does change it, sure as hell. It changes the account in the portfolio. Well, there you are. Did it change over here? It automatically changed the dome. It did. Wow, look at that. Okay. So by changing the account on the chart, it changed the portfolio thingy here, reflecting the stop, right? And it changed the dome. What happened about over here? Well, that's not showing anything. That's kind of disappointing. Does it show here? Oh, it doesn't. Oh, it puts it at the top. I guess that's what they do. The selected account goes to the top. So does this mean then? Oh no, it's correct. So it's selected it. Wow. So any place that I were to enter a trade or do anything, I gotta think long and hard about that. What are these girls doing now? Now I'm getting short triggers. Short triggers as the price goes up. You know, this is just a tight rotational 12-to-1 hoop-de-doo going on here now. Oh, do we have a 3-bar reversal? Yeah, it's going backwards over there. Definitely need to watch this stream, or perhaps the recording. If you use the bookmap recording, which is really you can't basically the tick flow and all that's really realistic, let's put it that way. And you can also trade it. You can set up a sim only multi-bracket and experiment with trading there or whatever it is you're going to do. But what I would be curious to do is I want to analyze all of this noise right over here. Now the trade system itself won't be doing this because there's not the sequential trades, sequential signals after the last trade. Because when the trade is concluded and there's no trade on at that moment, whether it's a stop or close of T2 or end of day, those flags are set back to 0. So it needs to have the sequential the sequential flags in order. And to be honest with you, I forgot that. And that would mean then that when I was stopped out, or when I scratched, there was no new trade for me to take, which was the stop. And I will have to confirm that rule, but you'd think I'd remember, but it's been a while since I coded that stuff. And there's a bunch of them. So this trade would not have been valid because there's no A. There's B and there's a trigger, but there's no A. So it would not have been a valid trade, and I'd be looking at a scratch right now instead of a stop. I just realized that. So there you go. Oh yeah. Taking some strain here now. See if another green tea can wake my old self up here. Well, that makes me feel better, actually. And why aren't we getting this? What's going on here? There we are. Notice how I had this screwed in too tight and we were missing this entire run. Fortunately, I'm looking at it on both screens, right? So I'm seeing this and I'm looking to my right and wondering where the hell is what's going on here. So that was a miss entry on my part. The system would not have done that. This right here. So that was okay. Okay. And I don't think anything's going to happen for a while here, if at all now. Because we need to get another A, and then we need to get a B, and then we need to get a trigger. The difference between here, here, and here, and here is that they're sequential. I also have to figure this out because I don't remember seeing this trigger. And I'm pretty sure I didn't take it. I think I took this one. Almost stopped. Took the scale. Didn't get the target. And got stopped, if I'm not wrong. So I missed seeing this one, or this one. But over here, there is not an A, and then a B, and then a trigger. I don't think. I've got to look at those rules. That's for sure. And that's the way I want it to be for sure. Again, this is I'm not making changes in my trade plan during the live session, but I'm standing here, right? So I can analyze and think about this. If you know what I mean. What else is happening here? This is boring. At the moment, we're a scratch and a stop. And I have to fresh mind, look at these signals and everything closely. I don't think this would fire. There's also another way I can do that I always reconfirm or confirm what I did was in line with the signals and stuff. I'll go over this when I talk about the backtesting at about 1400, but I can push the backtest to plot here in this chart. And it will graphically, plot every trade that meets the criteria. So it's easy for me to see if this was a signal really or not. Even if I'm not clever enough or too sleepy to figure it out. There you go. Man, I'm tired. Few squats there and see if that helps. Wake me up or make me more sleepy, huh? I don't think so. I don't think we're taking any more longs or shorts till we get what the hell that was doing on the micros for, I don't know. But hey, it was. The 12-to-1 stat, I think I did. Went over that already. Forgot. To go foraging for food or something. I'm all sleepy and out of gas here. This is also a hearkening back to that be aware, you know, in the moment and aware of your self. Adrenaline, FOMO, on emotional tilts, sleepy, groggy, whatever. Did some squats and stuff now, so we'll see if I get a little blood pumping there. What's going on in Wally World here? Let's have a look. This. Well, very little news or tweets or anything one way or another about with the NATO Secretary General yesterday. That was pretty. I was good. I was happy to see that. You know, I mean, at some point we got to try to stop being reality TV and, you know, pay attention to foreign policy and matters of the things of the world that matter. You know. So I was happy to see that. That's good, encouraging. And there's about nothing times 2 going on now, huh? Blech. Oh, we have a bee now. Oh boy, I'm so excited. But where's the last day? Way over here. No thanks. I don't think I would if I knew how, and I don't know how, to get the signals pushed over to Bookmap, but that'd be pretty interesting. Wouldn't it? One thing you can do, these are 1-minute bars, right, on the signal track. You may not know this, but since we're standing around, you can put candlesticks on Bookmap. 1 minute. There you go. There are 1-minute candlesticks on Bookmap. You can't change them to bars or do anything else. You can make them narrower. You can adjust the width. But there you have it. Ooh, tweezer bottom again. Where is that? Okay, over here. Yep. Now this is interesting. Wait a minute. When is this? 12:20. When is this? 12:17, 12:20. Oh, give you some perspective of how different this can look. Okay, here we have a tweezer bottom. Pull up down to this little guy here. Now that looks to me like a fair amount of distance. That's right here. There's a little tweezer bottom, and here's this. How can that be? Makes no sense to me because there's not enough bars, and these are 1 minute. So that's not reassuring, is it? This bar is 1217. Yeah, this is just something to do, you know. Makes no sense at all. Oh, wait a minute. This thing aggregates them. Hold on. Okay, so these are 1 minute bars, but you see as you spread it out, it fills in the blanks. You get this out to 1 minute. Is that what we have here? No, it's 5 minutes. But does it make it different? I don't know. I don't know. Here? Yeah, so here, and then here, and then here and here. Those candles are right here. This, then that. Well, I wouldn't be able to use this very well, I don't think. Well, let's get rid of that pretty darn quick. Shall we? I don't think we need candlesticks over here. And get back into where it makes some sort of sense. Get Blue Boy on duty here. Come over here, you slacker. There we go. And now we go. Now we've got Einstein over there, the blue guy, and we got 1 minute. Well, we had 1 minute, now we don't have. There we do. They're going to keep banging on this top till they bang a hole in it. A good analogy of it, you keep boom, 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 boom. Take a bucket and beat on the bottom of it with a hammer pretty quick. You're going to knock a hole in it. I mean, the analogy was first pointed out to me using a bucket and water at the bottom, but you get the point. You keep tapping on the top, pretty soon something's going to happen, and all these folks that are so busy calling the top and looking for the short are putting their stops up there. So pretty quick, there's going to be some fuel. And had this little blurb not happened, it'd still be in the trade and thinking I was pretty clever. I'm thinking I was a clever Trevor. Right now I'm thinking this is just no signals. Got to be real clear this weekend when I do my homework about the signal and the rules. This would not have been a valid trade because there's no A. If I'm remembering the rules I wrote correctly. I don't want to open that yet. But But. So let's do this cautiously. So this is the trading system for the initial balance. These are all the rules. And I want to look at something here. Let's look at any one of these. T2. Yeah, that's what I thought. So I'm right. And let me confirm one other spot. Yeah. All right. So I'm right. And I'm going to shut this back off so I don't get some. Here's where you push it to the chart. I'll open this back up later for a when I do the backtesting demonstration and kind of in-depth conversation. So what I just confirmed there is what I was thinking. Once you've taken a trade and you have either stopped out or, gotten to both targets, in other words, you've either scratched, stopped, or gotten to both targets, you're not in the trade anymore. It resets the rule flags. So this signal mark, there is no A after that trade and that stop, wherever that happens, until such time that it does happen, they stay sequential. But in the case of right here, there's a long scratch, there's a short stop. There is no more A or B, for that matter, after this moment. For the IB high short or the IB high continuation. And obviously there's no rules on the bottom because the price is up here. So that means that that trade I took, that stop, was invalid because there was no sequential, there was no A and there was no B. That's where I got tripped up here. Maybe, maybe I do need to code that in so that I can see exactly. The problem is I don't want to have this chart connected to the system. I have to think about that. And once again, I don't want to end up down a rabbit hole doing something stupid. But I want to definitely have a firm understanding, a firm, I want the rules firmly in my mind, not fuzzy like I am now. Like I took that trade incorrectly because there is no A signal. It would have been reset based on the short stop. And here we go for new highs again. Oh yes, get up there, you sons of bitches. Why didn't you do that before, huh? Why couldn't you do that? Well, you did do that over here, but yeah. And you can look back at this and you can go, oh yeah, here's a long, yeah, but in the middle of outer space, here's one, here's one, here's one, here's one, here's one, here's one, here's, you know what I mean? All of which would have stopped out. So it's like rear view mirror trading. It's be really careful. Be really careful. And I'm not trying to bedazzle myself, right? I'm trying to develop this accurately and be completely and firmly, confidently rooted in the system, and move on to the next one. By golly. And we're fast approaching the 1 o'clock hour. Wow. 2 more hours. Oh, I'm so sleepy. Well, it's a beautiful Friday afternoon. It's 29C if you're into that. In other speak here, I don't even remember. 84 Fahrenheit if you do the F thing. Okay. Okay. Something that you need to watch for if you have IRT. Notice the bottom here is now gray. This is not updating. It's frozen here because you wanted it thinks you wanted to analyze something. I wanted to analyze something. Now watch. Turns white all the way to the right. Now it's updating. And a minute ago, I think I hopefully demonstrated that if you have it all screwed in, it'll quit. You need to give it some room. I'm not sure if that's correct or if that's just, I'm just lucky to have mine work that way, but we're going to get another long trigger here if you want to be if you want to be really something, I don't know. Did we? No, we didn't. Did we? No. So we don't have a 12-to-1 trade statistic. What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know what the opposite of the statistic is. We didn't make the statistic, so I guess that means we don't expect a new excess. Not sure if that means expect that it closes inside or mean reverts. That's an interesting one to think about. So the gap rule, here's the way you can measure the gap rule if you want to. High or out of range, eh? And how do I do the gap? Previous high to open. So what's this statistic right here at 66.0? And it's still gray. What does that mean? We have not achieved the previous high, i.e. we have not closed the gap. As a matter of fact, we've only achieved 1, 2, 3, 4 statistics, 2 of which are the groups, overnight high and low and the IB high and low, and the IB high. That's the only 3 things we've achieved in today of the statistics. You see how these are all black? Once they're achieved, they're highlighted blue. That's pretty crazy. I didn't notice that before. That's pretty crazy. Only 3 of the statistics. 4. I didn't notice the overnight high. So there you go. That's pretty crazy, huh? Not crazy, but it's how IRT can give you a lot of information. A lot. Man. Make these a little narrower, shall we? Look at this thing over here. Yeah. Well. Well. Haven't gotten a trigger yet on all these exciting B's that we've got, and why? Because our ATR is down to about 1. Let's look. Yep. 1 point ATR. 73% volume. Crazy, huh? But it's, to be expected, I guess. Well, I need to be... I don't know what to think, actually. I guess I'm okay with the way this is working out. Oh, man. Oh, there's our trigger. Well, there you go. Isn't it cute? There's our trigger right there. Does that look like a good trigger? I don't know. It's 1300. Shall we go for this? Shall we try it just for the hell of it? Let's do it just for fun. I mean, this is just, I'm bored, eh? This is absolutely nothing I recommend to anybody, but this is just for the hell of it. This is not a valid signal because we don't have the AB sequence. We do have the B in the trigger. And now I'm going to slap this over here for 3. And what is it? It says 501. This is just a, what is this? 501 T3. Number 3. IBC. Are we scaled? Are we stopped? Are we upside down, pink, blue, something? Like, boy, this thing is doing a lot of flashing around. Why? Okay, now we've got this happening, which was the case yesterday. And that's complete horseshit. We are not short. That's what happened yesterday, and that's what I don't understand. I'm going to take a screen snap of this. And we are not short. This thing is saying we're short too. And I'm not short anything. I'm long too. That's what happened the other day, and that's not a good thing. Exactly. Then I tried to flatten. Look at all this jumping around here. Then I tried to flatten out. I'm not touching the mouse. It's just doing this on its own. I'm not going to touch the mouse until it stops flashing and jumping around. We are long too. We're right now at entry. And what this thing is talking about short, I have no idea. And look at this shit go. Wow. It's not liking that a lot, is it? Boy, am I glad I put that trade on. Because this is exactly what I was trying to avoid happening. Okay, now I've clicked it. And let's see if it just goes apeshit again. Short 4. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Hopefully it'll get up and take that target. I want to see what happens to this IRT story if it... Let me try to get away from this screen to here. Still, same shit, short 4. This didn't ever do this before. It worked perfectly. I mean, I always was able to confirm my trades on IRT, which I had taken in Bookmap without any issues. So this is concerning to say the least. Now what I don't know is, has this put an order through to the broker? How the hell? Ah, yes. Let's check this out. Let's see if Let's see if I can do this. Let's see what happens here now. Wait a second. We open this up. We open this up. Okay, now, what do we got going on here? Yep, sure as hell. No, scratch. Scratch. Stop. Whatever the hell this is. Running P&L. I have no clue what's going on, my brother. I know one thing. I know IRT is going auto stupid on me. Well, I don't want to do that either. Now nothing's working right. I think IRT's got problems that I'm not sure I want to deal with here. Okay, there's that screen. Damn it. I don't want that snap. I want the snap with this thing on the bottom. Too many moving parts here for an old guy. Okay, there's that. Now I think I've got everything captured. And IRT is still just there. Now wait, here we go. We're going to scale? There we got to scale. Okay, so we scaled at 508. Grade 3. No, grade 3. 2, 3. 05. 03. No. 05. 06. Scale grade 3. Okay, so I've now gotten trade neutral, and I don't know what in the hell is going on over here. Now it's short 5. So what it has done is it's taken that scale and gone short another trade and market. Reading that as another short right here. This is the risk neutral scale. That's about 2 kinds of stupid there. Wow. Oh boy. Do I want to be sure that doesn't happen anytime quick? Huh? Wow. And I have no clue what to do here. I don't know how to get rid of it. Flatten out. I don't want to flatten this because I don't want to flatten out and cancel any orders I've got already going on this, on the, real thing. So I'm just going to let this ride. It will keep getting worse because it thinks we're short, and right now the market is moving. We're up at the break even, right? We're $500 in the hole or something over there. Well, this is just what it was doing before, and boy, oh boy, I don't know what to say. Oh man, am I glad I'm having this experience. And I'm serious about that because this is something you definitely don't want to have happen when you're trading for real. Notice it picked up the scale and added it as a short. So it did not pick up the 2-lot long. For some reason, it took two lots short. I can't even imagine. But I can tell you, if this was a live account, I'd be pretty disappointed over there. What happened now? Well, the market fell on its ass. What happened to that? What happened over here, Blue Boy? I leave you alone for a minute and you just you break everything. Well, are we going to rip through these stops and get up here and take out a double whammy? You never know. Wow. Pretty crazy. I don't know what this thing thinks is going on. It must think I'm going further. Yeah, now I'm $750 in the hole. Wow. Now, I have traded in this similar situation, obviously not with this particular chart, but with the Rincos, and this has never, ever happened. This is a new and exciting entertainment that we got going on here now. See if I can get a better something here. It didn't make any sense. It makes no sense here to me. Oh, come on. Rip up there and do something. I want to see something what happens with when this flattens out. I want to see what Rhythmic does, whether it just goes auto stupid or claps or, shoots up some confetti or who the hell knows what. Well, boys and girls, I am certainly glad that I've had this experience today. That was my hope. Yesterday I was looking for a similar, but I missed that setup, and I'm not going to just throw one on for the hell of it. But today I've taken it as per setup, except for this. These last two are not strictly correct, but it was a B and a trigger, so there we go. And I'm now getting the first-hand experience as to what is going on with this thing over here. And I can't explain it myself. I will be real curious to get to the bottom of it, obviously. I have no idea how it could start out thinking that there were 4 contracts short. That makes exactly no sense. I get the one contract. It was a sell to take profit. It was this trade right here was this target. So it sold one, absolutely. But IRT had not recognized that I was long 2, and even worse, it thinks I'm short 4. Oh boy, am I glad I'm not, that I'm doing this test. And to be honest with you, I will still be testing this Monday because, as you know, or I'm sure you know, this is Friday afternoon. So I've discovered all this. I will get to the bottom of what is causing this and do what I believe or what somebody tells me is correct to fix it. But then I'll definitely test it out on Monday and not on the live market. Come on, rip it up there. Let's go, boys and girls. Let's get up there and get all these stops that are living up here. Show these guys who's boss. All these guys picking the top. What's the matter here? We're 20 minutes past 1 for crying out loud. We got things to do. I got a nap to take. Maybe I'll go shower. That might wake me up. Oh, I want you to get up there and do something now so I can take this off and see what happens to thing over there, IRT. The bizarre part about this is using this exact same configuration of a rhythmic connection, bookmap, IRT, for these many months of trading through the Topstep way, of course. I will, like I said earlier, everything worked perfect. Copy into 4 other accounts. That's a bookmap thing, but absolutely no issue. Now, there's only one thing that may have some bearing on it. This particular rhythmic account is a rhythmic 30-day thing from AMP before the account was funded and all that, because I wanted to keep up with the market, push my levels, all that stuff. I now, as of yesterday afternoon, I have it takes a little while, first you fund the account, and then you got to apply for live trading credentials and all that, which I have just done, and I have all that now. But this is not, I didn't want to shut off bookmap and rhythmic and IRT to restart rhythmic with new credentials. So I just left it alone, figuring I would do that over this weekend. I guess it's possible that there's something different between the actual live account and sim account, direct through Rhythmic and AMP, as it is just the, I wouldn't think so. I would think that it's the same, but I can tell you one thing I don't want to do is have this happening. Come on. Damn it, get up there and do something. I want you to. Yeah, it's always something, man. Always something. Come on. Get up there. Funny, isn't it, that this is almost the identical trade to right here? It is identical. Identical T1. There's the same stop. Two identical scratch trades. Will we get the second one that'll go someplace? I don't know. That is too crazy. They're still banging on that bucket, aren't they? We've got 242 at the 40 handle, and up the road we go. And I don't. No, it is what it is at this point for me. So it's interesting, but. What is this doing this for? Why does it start doing all this flashing? I mean, why does it keep going back and forth and up and down and round and round? I don't know. Huh. Look at this noise. Don't ask me what that's all about. This is all brand new behavior that never happened before since 2015, I mean, up to and including 2 weeks ago or a week ago or something. It's never done any of this. I don't know what to say. Let's go here and see if it does the same thing. Wow. Oh man. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, am I glad that I am in a sim, right? I mean, man, that's pretty crazy. And I wouldn't think of trying to change the account now in the middle of the stream. That doesn't seem like I'm in the, the middle of the IRT thinking it's got all this stuff going on. Look at this noise. It still thinks we're short 5. Boy, oh boy. Aren't I glad that's not the case? Now I've just moved the focus to wherever I am, Bookmap, and re-clicked over here on IRT to see if now it just settles down. It's still plotting correctly. I don't know what all this flashing and jumping around's about. That's pretty weird. I really don't have any idea what. I'm speechless. And I wish this stupid market would do something. I wish it would go ripping up to the top and take out all those stops from all those people picking the tops. What I want. I want to see this thing go up. And what? Because I wanted to exit programmatically and see what the hell happens with IRT. I find that so funny. Not funny, haha. Not funny, haha, but funny bummer. I don't like this consolidation we got going on here either very much. Not that anybody probably particularly cares what I like or don't like, but yeah. Again, these last 2 trades are not officially on signal because the A signal would not have been reactivated. They are B and trigger. See what the hell, just to see what's going on here. This one is correct across the board. So I'm about half afraid to get over here and see what's going on. I don't know. I'm sure that if I tried to flatten this, well, it would get its knickers in a knot. And number 2, I'm not short 5. What would it flatten? Would it go long some more over here on Bookmap? That would be pretty disappointing. Are these idiots going to get this thing to break out here before? Well, we're at 1:30. Maybe they're going to wait for the power hour, I guess. I don't know. That is pretty darn strange. Huh. Man, my thinking right now is to figure out or send a ticket or do something to turn off trading every which way but loose on on IRT. I certainly don't want it to be doing anything I'm not, expecting or wanting and I gotta say, it's never done anything like this that I am aware of, obviously. Are they going to do it yet? Man, somebody shoot up a flare when these kids get going here, will you? The market is definitely in the hold, waiting for next week. Everybody's on pins and needles about the Fed. That's why they got their act together somehow and put out the PMI and the the PMI is in the S&P and the CPI. What happened? Are we rich yet? Are these guys going to do this? It would be pretty funny, or not funny, haha, but pretty interesting if they don't pop through that all these failed attempts up here. All these people definitely sure it's going short, picking the top, and all this fuel is just laying right up here. Be kind of amazing if they don't hit it. I think they're going to get up here to T2? Probably not. But it'll be pretty interesting if they don't fire through that. We've still got a long way to go, though. Of course, it's only 238 or 138, 1338. $13.38, and what's IRT up to? Still blinking off and on and getting all crazy. Boy, that is pretty weird. That is just really weird. Before, the other day, I saw this, I went, what the hell is that? And I flattened, and that's threw everything for a loop. So I'm going to just leave it alone. It's a sim thing on purpose because I wanted to see what the hell was going to happen next, and now I know what's going to happen next. And like I said before, it's there's never been any issue before. And I'm talking about years. Having IRT as a, charting backup to Bookmap with my little, these little filled order things or whatever it shows. Should be the resting orders there too. There should be the targets, which it doesn't seem to want to know anything about. Oh well. And here's the outer Mickey Mouse in outer space over here, the island top. Boy, if that's got to tick every box of the description for island top, isn't it? New all-time high, gap up, don't look back, blah, blah, blah. Man, that's got to be some sort of a record. I don't know why this thing keeps jumping to the front. For some reason, it is. Oh, now we've had the VPOC migration. I can't flag it because we've just now gotten to the overnight high. It's just behind there. So what I'll do is, I'm going to worry about it. It's meaningless anyway nowadays because of my new an improved workflow of the Blue Boy. We've got Blue Boy on duty now. I'm not going to be able to go through the backtesting stuff because my usual analysis and demonstration and, you know, breakdown, unless something happens here between now and 2 o'clock that closes out these orders. But I'm going to let this thing run out because I want to see what the hell happens. That is pretty crazy. Now I'm sorry that I didn't have the other credentials activated because I would know that's one more possibility to eliminate. Bummer. Oh well. Well, this is fun. Not. I'm going to do, I guess I'll do some, break out the dumbbells here and do something constructive while I'm watching this mess. I just had a thought about something. I wonder if I can do this. I can't share both screens, obviously, for everyone for the stream, but I'm going to try to take a screen snap of the whole shooting match here. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Now I can send this to IRT and or Daddy or Bill and say, "What the hell, over?" Okay, good. And the minute you go off of that screen, the minute I select book map, it immediately goes auto stupid over here and goes auto blue. Let's see if I can, oops. Let's see if I can, Yeah, goes to that. And it just sits there. It's not flashing anymore, but it's just sitting there doing that. That's pretty cute. Oh, what are we doing here? We're going to get stopped out? Oh, fancy. Damn it. I wanted to get up to a profit target or something, and let's see what's going to happen now. I'm going to watch the portfolio thingy in IRT. Same time, same station. Wonder if it's going to do the same thing again. Stop it out and run down there below the the previous POC. Tom would call that a price check at aisle 3. Going to go down there and see if it's still too low. And then whatever. Come on, man. Get up there and do something fun. We know about this pulling back crap. Now, if you're just watching this, this is a signal, this quasi-signal trade to see the interaction of IRT at this in this configuration, and a sim account. So I'm scaled. Okay. So the way it worked was scale, stop, scale. And you see that both triggers happen at the same time, and that's why these look like identical trades. I would like to see it go ripping up through the top and take out all this fuel that's parked up here from all of these guys that are trying to call the top or pick the top or whatever. Will that happen? I have no idea. It's kind of dicey because the stop would be better placed below the previous POC, like down here. I'm not going to do that. I don't move the stops. And so what? You know, what I want to see is what happens to these supposed trades that IRT is tracking as shorts, 5 of them, when this thing flattens out. Because I'm pretty curious to know what it thinks is going to happen over here. Okay. This is the world famous VPOC migration trade here. Certainly it had nothing to do with my entry, but that's a trade that a lot of people claim they've vetted, but I've never been able to. It's pretty obvious what the signal is, that, you know, the setup is the yellow line moving around. In this case, it moved up. So what's that say? Well, their trade would be that you're going to go long. My problem is I've never been able to specifically identify the qualifying parameters after the line moves. That's the important one. Well, now IRT came back to life. I mean, as far as something. As far as what, I don't know. I'm not sure I understand any of this. All of this stuff. Well, thank you so much. It keeps doing that. Jumping back to here. A minute ago, there was green out here. Got a whole bunch of triggers going on here. The thing that I find strange is I don't know what. It's crazy. So I'm going to leave it like that, and I want to see this portfolio thing. And get back over here to that. Makes more sense to me. It's funny because it's not serious. I mean, it's serious, but it's not costing me any money. You know, it could have been a catastrophe. Boy, they can't get over that. They can't get past that POC, can they? I mean, they will here pretty quick, I guess, but okay, 4 minutes till the big power hour. Show these guys who's boss. Get up there and smack a new all-time high in here. Come on. You know, impress all those big shots in DC. There we go. I heard a pretty funny, or not funny at all, pathetic statistic yesterday. The United States Congress has had 20 working days since July. Imagine what would happen if anybody else did that anywhere. And of course, they're paid in full. No shutdown bothering them. Free health care, pensions for life, you know. It is really It used to be a group of people that I think took it seriously and realized the gravity of the responsibility, but boy, anymore, it's just like a bunch of ring-tailed cats back there. Just, it's like I've lived in third world places a lot of my life, and it reminds me so much now here. Just, useless lying, the truth doesn't matter, flip-flop, no integrity, and one mission in life is to steal as much or line your pockets as heavily as you can. It's pretty much Bananaville nowadays. I think it's not funny. It's disappointing, but what are you gonna do? Cry? Or, you could get all upset and cry, or you can just shake your head and laugh at them. Now remember that these lines, these blue lines here, are the pullback zone levels from my chart over here, from the trigger chart or the backtest chart or whatever you want to call it. I'm going to forego the backtesting today because it doesn't look like this is going to flatten out, and I want to just let this play itself out completely. I want to see what happens with the how it closes out these trades and all these shorts and all this stupidness. Developing value area high. Developing value high. Well, there we are. The 1400, that world famous power hour, is upon us. That means we're into the short strokes here now. We've got an hour left to go. In the stream, in the week, yay, TGIF, baby. I got a lot of work to do this weekend. Quite obviously. Looking at IRT, that ought to be pretty obvious to everybody. I'm half spooked to do this, but let's see. Yeah, that's what I thought. When I moved the mouse, this is just crap. Look at this shit. Now, this is the correct one. All this flashing and dashing and going around is a different tab completely. It is this tab. Which IRT doesn't seem to want to know about particularly. I don't want to push my luck. The last time it got these trades on, unbeknownst to me, it locked up and became non-responsive. I want to let it play itself out, so I'm not going to push my luck over there with the tab change. I'm sorry about that. But this is important, right? This is, these are the tools I use to run my business. So there you go. That's the important part. 5 contracts, $812 short. And here we go. Up through that 39. Come on, let's show them who's boss. Take another one of those, take a run at the high. Get those stops. I will say, if we pass through here, around that previous high, there is going to be a stop run or cascade. There's going to be a lot of stops there. And my feeling is it's going to move. Light volume, you have more volatility. More volatility can happen because there is less liquidity in the queue, even though these are, it's filling in pretty good with 100 lots here to buy. Let's see what happens. And this is just a, this is crazy is what this is. I don't know what to do here. I don't want to move off of IRT to the chart. Well, I guess I didn't. The minute I do that, it changes, starts dropping off windows. I don't know how to display that necessarily, but take my word for it. Right now, I've got the blue background window, the tab bar, and the portfolio box, and nothing else. If I click on there, it will probably come right. If I click on the blue, it will come back again, but it's kind of goofy, isn't it? I think so. Well, we're plowing into this liquidity over here. Well, that's really irritating. We're up at the top. We don't really have a lot of excess up there, so I would not be at all surprised if we take that RTH high, grab those stops, and make a run for the roses. We might actually get to my level too. You never know. Normally, I would be going through the back test here pretty quick, and then the recap. I have no idea what's going to happen. Maybe we're just going to call it Friday afternoon and adios amigos. I don't know. We haven't tagged out that RTH high yet. We just took out 107 stops at the close to it, but we didn't get there yet. There's going to be a lot more of them up above. Mm. 1406. Pick up sticks. Now you notice that it says there's 3 or 2 or whatever P&L there. That means that the scratch, the full stop, and now here we've made up for the full stop and everything, and we're up to a scratch. If I closed it off right now, it would be flat on the day. That's how that works. And if you want to see a breakdown, there you are. Entry, price, time, exit, max, outlaw, everything you want to see. P&L, running P&L, ticks type, MAE, MFE. Boom, boom, boom. Pretty handy. RT's still busy being a disco over here. It's just busy jumping around and dancing and prancing, baby. I have no clue. This is not the right window. You see the tab that is selected is not there at all now. The tab that's selected is the backtest tab. If I click on the blue at any spot, it will suddenly stop and come into view. Watch this. Well, it's selected the wrong one. Now it's over here on this tab. When it started doing the dance, it was over here on the backtest tab. All I can do is laugh because it's not, this is a demo. I was trying to test out to see exactly if this kind of crap was going to happen, because this is something similar, but not nearly as dramatic, happened on Wednesday. So I'm not going to do the backtest thing. I do that every day, every, trading day. Probably may or may not get into the recap, but I'm going to let this thing run till one of two things happens: 3 o'clock, or it closes itself out, hits a target, or something happens. And, yeah, the stream is every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500, the cash close. If the session prices would help you, drop something in the chat there and like and thumbs up, and I'll be happy to hook you up. I provide them free for a lot of people. We haven't gotten into those stops yet, and when we do that, my guess is we're going to run at least past 44, and maybe that'll kick off the something. I don't know. And maybe they'll turn around and dump it. Who knows? But it is a surefire thing that all of these peaks and all of these guys that absolutely pick the top have got their stops living right around up here someplace, because that's a retail-y kind of thing to do, and they don't have a lot of range on their risk. So it's typical in my observation that there would be stops right here. There's, just off the top of my head, there's $162 of them laying right here at 43. Been in there for a while, right? Been in there since right there. Boop. We're getting a little excess taper at the top, so that they may wind it off, but you never know. That gold line that you see right here, yeah, that's just disappeared for whatever reason. I got no idea what that was all about. Oh, not funny. I'm tired and hungry, and the cats won't even talk to me because I need a shower. Panda came in and said, "Dad, we're having an intervention. You got to go shower before we're going to play with you." So it's a Friday, a beautiful Friday. Well, I don't know. It's 29 degrees out. It's kind of cloudy. I was hoping for rain. That's about, I don't know what, 90-ish or 85-ish or something like that.
Fahrenheit.
Come on now, girls. Let's get up there and do this. Don't make me have to ask you twice. Get there. New all-time high. Just what we needed, huh? Boy, this is such a fantastic state of affairs here in America with an economy and, you know, the military is going around and taking over cities, and they're talking about a civil war, and boy, let's make new all-time highs. Jesus. We got some, goofy chick that's never tried a court case in her life. Appointed to be the head lead prosecutor of the Western District or Maryland or something, which prosecutes most of the federal cases, so that, of course, appointed by the new administration and a friend of them to prosecute Comey and the DA from New York, strictly because revenge, And what's really funny about the situation to me, if you look back in the news just before the election, there was a huge hue and cry about weaponizing the DOJ and all this kind of stuff. And man, oh man, they're not even trying to hide it now. It's like the tweets, I want you to get this guy. It's crazy. It's a strange place, boy. Strange place nowadays. Oh, man, come on. Stupid crap. Of course, they're just toying with him. They're trying to get more loads loaded up, as many loaded up as they can. Trying to call that top. That's my opinion. And what's Blue Boy up to? He's over here slacking off some more. Oh, there he is. I'm sorry. Lost my head. Didn't see you there, buddy. There we go. And now IRT has decided to phase in and phase out. Man. Oh, really? Come on. This is not funny. This is all just crap, right? I took one short, which ended in a full stop, the second trade, and that closed out well before noon. What all of this is about, who in the hell knows? Oh, this is nonsense. So it's taken all of these times right here, and it took these two times, which is where I entered long. Then this T1 scale, and it entered another short. So there is obviously a loose screw in the drawer somewhere. We're coming up to the bottom of the hour, and I will have to admit I am glad. I'm tired, hungry. I've got to help a friend at 3 drive over to pick up his bicycle that he keeps breaking. Because he doesn't have a car. Haven't showered yet. The cats are mad, and Panda walks by and turns her head. Yeah. Let's close out with some music, see if we can get a copyright strike here. Those are always fun. Why isn't it playing? Oh, image of you is the last one. Okay. Well, I don't know what to do here. Let's see if we got something now. I've already gone through the whole conversation about that. Well, the Random Risk Squad has taken off from Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, at 2140. Got any idea? Well, never mind. It's meaningless. It's just all a joke. Responsible government and cutting costs and balancing the budget and tearing down the east wing of the White House to build a $200 million ballroom that's all gold and encrusted, Louis XIV, garish Rococo style. Costs about $500,000 an hour to fly the Entourage Air Force One and all the supporting stuff. They fly a couple of 3 C-130s with all the cars and crap. But we're laying off people, and yeah, it's just so weird. Really weird. And they're not doing anything. Well, tearing down the White House, that's kind of something. But, normal, flying to Malaysia, doing all this kind of stuff, that's not anything that every president doesn't do and part of the role. But if you make such a big flippin' deal about all the money you're saving and all the wonderful stuff you're doing and putting on tariffs and all this crap, and then you're spending millions of dollars to refit a 747 that Qatar gave them, and tearing down the East Wing to build a ballroom and all this, it just doesn't follow logically, right? What follows is that's all just lip service about saving money and the rest of it is just about a completely one-pointed agenda. Another one I saw that was pretty interesting was a daily flight patterns of the deportation flights. It looked like literally busy airspace, and it's costing billions of dollars a day with a B. Not one word about that. Not one. That's the part that bothers me. It bothers me more that other people aren't standing up and holding them accountable. But I guess that's the same people that have only worked 20 days since July, so what do they care? I guess, I don't know. 1421, well, we backtest. I do backtest. That's what all these rules are about. And the levels, and we're seeing what happens. Here we have another VPOC migration. Remember that this is not stopped out yet. And they're gonna tear into this liquidity up here before this is over. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Mark my words here. I don't predict anything in the market. I believe that you cannot do so. It is a random environment. But, you know, it is also a coin flip. What's going to happen? The market's going to go up or down. I got a 50-50 chance of being right. And if you look at context, I'd say it's greater than 50-50. Achieving the T2, unlikely. We got to get through what? Nothing much. We don't have any round numbers or anything in the way here, but you know, that's still 8 handles above us, which could happen in the blink of an eye. Obviously, closing swing trade could take care of that in one fell swoop, but let's see. We'll close out the day. I'll be here with you until 1500, and I'll be back on terrorizing the airwaves at 0800 on Monday morning. Pre-market setup, book map, bring you up to date on the tomfoolery of IRT and all this stuff that's going on, what all this craziness is about. And yeah, next week will be a big deal. Next week we have the FOMC this rate decision and meeting. The world is, you know, all of the I only worry about myself guys, you know, that are only worried about their pocketbook are desperate for cheaper money and the rate cuts. There is also some news that'll be coming out. I'll go through all this on Monday. I just am hesitant to jump over to that stuff now because I want to keep an eye on Bookmap and IRT. On what IRT is doing with these orders. Maybe it's not a problem. Let's look. Yeah, we still haven't around to the curve yet. So let's see what happens. Come on, get up there, you lazy sons of guns. Take that out. That liquidity stacked in there pretty quick, didn't it? Look at that. And we've got no gigundous liquidity laying above us. They're pretty solid in here at 40, in my opinion. Once again, we're going to have this flat top if they're not careful. No incoming VPOC migrations possible because we're right at the top now and trading above it with small, you know, we'd have to get something over 1859, so 1860 would move the POC, but it could only come down and have that happen, in my opinion. I want to see him hit into these stops is what I want to see. And that new all-time high. Take the shine off that new all-time high. Come on. There we go. Yeah, this is a pretty... I don't even, that entry doesn't even make sense. 68.35. Oh, okay. So I went long right here, a 2 lot, and it went short 2 orders of 2 lots. Wow, that doesn't make any sense to me any way you look at it. Come on. You know you want that all-time high. This guy's over here, you know, throwing those orders out there like a big shot. The next thing that will happen, which may or may not be worth looking at, is the after we get around the corner and the recap will be the market on close imbalance, which is at 1450. I'd like to see this thing jump up and do something so I can watch it execute and see what happens to IRT. That's my plan here. That's my whole plan, and I'm sticking to it. A lot of damn trading for 4 ticks, huh? That's because there was this scratch, full stop. Now we're back in. So basically, we've taken back the full stop, and we're up 3 ticks on the day. If I planned out right here, which is not the point, or I don't care. What I want to do is see what happens when this thing exits. What are these dorks doing? Well, I leave the room for a minute and you break everything. So we are just grinding them out up here at the top. Will we get anywhere? I will be pretty thoroughly amazed if they don't tear into these stops before this is over. But we've just rounded the curve, so only 30 minutes left. And they may be content to let them sit here. We're not in any kind of a expiration. No. And I would really like to just get loose from this damn thing, but I want to be sure how this is going to pan out. What I'll do if they don't make a move here pretty soon is bring this target down to striking range, right? And see what happens when that executes. Which, by the way, isn't even reflected anywhere on in IRT as far as the order story goes. There's the entry. It thinks. I don't know. Search me, but I don't like it much. That's or stop, whatever. I don't care, to be honest about it. I want to see it exit. If it's graceful, if it's programmatic, and what the hell happens to all these famous shorts and things that are living over here on IRT that I know nothing about. Bookmap knows nothing about. Hey, I got an idea. Let's see what Rhythmic knows about it. What the hell? Quantity cell 5. Looks to me like IRT's, like Rhythmic has it figured out. I don't know. I'm going to have to look into this seriously and see what in the Sam Hill is going on here. This looks to be about right, though. Quantity to fill 1 and 1. Okay. I'm going to hope that I think it's solely contained within IRT. The Rhythmic stuff looks exactly correct. There's 2, 4, and 1 is 5. And one order, 2 orders pending, and one open contract, which should be exactly correct. So Dr. Trump is headed for Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. My phone in the stand does the rotates through pictures now and then, and it says back in the day on this day, 2016. And there's a picture of all of us at the Botanical Garden in Kuala Lumpur. We lived there for 11 years. Funny, huh? Beautiful, great place to live. And now, what's going on? Let's see. Well, they're now down to that one again. I'll tell you, if they don't go up through and take that out, I'm going to be dumbfounded. They better hurry. And it better happen before a limit order, before the market on close. I'll have to think about what I'm going to do here, whether I'm going to just take that off at 1500 or what. I may not have to worry about it. It may come down and take the stop without any problem. So one way or another, I want to see what happens. All right, wake up. Let's go. Who's on third? I can't even have a piece of fresh homemade sourdough toast with peanut butter because we're out of peanut butter. Huh. Fortunately, I'm probably responsible for that. Well, there's the IB high once again. Man, I'm gonna have to skedaddle right at 1500 because I've got to get out to the car and get up the road. So there's that. And then Friday afternoon traffic and wherever I am. I'm not sure that makes any sense, does it? Every point is $50. So 2 points is 100. How in the world could 5 contracts be 2 points out of the money and only be $125? Man, none of this makes sense. Or I'm just really tired or something, I don't know. And these little... Hey, lucky boy. What's up, buddy? You want to get in the closet? Make sure my clothes don't have the appropriate amount of cat hair. No, he just passed on. I guess he's not interested. Well, it's 1440. What can I tell you? We're going to have the market on close orders in balance at 50. I can't really do the, we've got the recap because I don't want to mess with the screen on IRT, etc. Seems like every time I change that screen to something, it gets all shook up. And it's Friday afternoon. What can I tell you? Now, if they take a run down quickly and hit that stop, and I see what happens over here on IRT, that would be super. I don't really care either way. It's a scratch, remember. And what are we doing? Are we just, we're doing a mean reversion around this fractal is what's up. And my stop's in a real bad spot. It's right at the low volume node. Better off to be below it, perhaps the mid or previous POC. And they'll probably get down here, hit them, and then roll it back around. Wouldn't be a surprise at all. And at this point, I don't care. I just wanted to exit programmatically, not me flattening or something like that. And that's going to happen here pretty quick. So let's see what I'll call it out so that we can see what happens with IRT, assuming that it happens. Well, that's pretty funny. I'll try. And there we are, right? And then back up again. So I'm getting back over here to this thing. I just don't know what's going on here now. Now it's $700 in the money. Well, maybe I ought to let IRT do the trading and I just, do the, provide the live color. That's pretty damn crazy. I go a 2 lot long and it ends up 5 lots short. Wow. Now be careful. You remember that this is completely crap. It's not 687.50 profit. This is just a dummy account, or what do you call it? Paper trading or something, and whatever Rhythmic calls it, or map, or what it's called, AMP. And it's completely backwards from what's reality. Right now I'm long one contract, just approaching this. There we go. There's the break-even stop. And nothing happened. And it went short another contract. It's now short 6. Ha! Oh, that's not good. This is really crazy. Oh boy. Oh boy. So what I'm going to try to do now is get some screen snaps here that make some kind of sense. Some kind of sense. Jesus. And I don't even know who to ask. This is not a bookmap problem. This is an IRT problem, absolutely. That is absolutely what that is right there. And it didn't, so what it did was it went short another contract. And now what do I do? Do I flatten them out? I'm going to flatten this mess out here on the dome. What working? Can't seem to get that figured out either. Is there a way to flatten with this son of a bitch on there? guess not. Well, boy, that's a fine hattie do. Now I can't get loose from it. It's still short sticks. Flatten. Okay, let's try this again. Flatten. Cancel ESZ5 working letters and flatten position ESZ5 for rhythmic account. Blah blah blah. Yes. I want to flatten position. This is ridiculous. But completely ridiculous. What happened over there? Well, it did that one pretty normally. No, it did not. It's running P&L. It still thinks I'm in a trade of some variety, I think. Running P&L is $300. Zero, okay. Zero that. 0, 300, 0. So this part is accurate. 2 scratches and a stop. So the only thing that's completely out there like Pluto that still won't flatten out. Let's try one of these. Let's see what happens over here. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, this is not a pretty picture here. Now it's going to start doing this shit. This is what it does when it's getting ready to fall on its head. It's thinking now pretty quick. It's going to, there we go. It's not responding again. Okay, well, there we go. That's the best one there. Let's get over here. And thank God, TGIF baby. Hey, Barth Kumar. Hello, how are you? Where are you? Well, everything's going upside down on this side here. It's been quite the interesting afternoon. I hope things are good in your world and you are flat and it's 14:50 on a Friday afternoon. Barath Kumar. Worked with a lot of Kumars in my time. Lived in Kuala Lumpur for a long time and had worked with we had an office in Nueva Mumbai also. Spent some time in India. Needless to say, bumped into quite a few folks there. So market on close orders are what they are. This thing is still trying to figure itself out. Much as I hate to say that. Let's see here. Okay, so here's market on close and balance. We've got 993 million sell side S&P, 504 million sell side NASDAQ, 87 million sell on the Dow, and 412 million sell side Mag 7. This is going to be a really... I'm going to be glad when this day is over with, I'll tell you right now. Earnings, we are in earnings season, don't forget, and let's look at next week. These are the orders for next week, or the numbers for next week, Monday. We got durable goods, consumer confidence. I guess they're assuming that this whatever it's called shutdown is going to get over because these numbers come from the Fed. Here's the important one right here, 1300 on Wednesday, FOMC statement and the press conference. This is the rate decision. That's all eyes are on that number right there. And Friday we have, Chicago PMI and PCEs. Also, don't forget it's earnings season. Monday, Tuesday. Ooh, look at Tuesday. Holy smokes. And Wednesday, Microsoft and the techs, Google, Alphabet. Wow, look at Wednesday. Holy smokes, look at that. And then Apple on Thursday. This is investing.com, which is free. You can filter it however you want for your time zone and your country and whatever else you got going on. Even the reports, the number of stars you want, etc. You can pay for it if you want to, but it is free. This is the other news source that I use, which is Financial Juice. It's got more. This is the calendar, kind of the docket, which I don't really like as well as I like the presentation here. Especially for screen snapping and putting into my Discord or whatever. But on the right side over here of the Financial Juice, there's more of a squawk box feel. So, keep your powder dry. Remember that market opens at 1700 on Sunday night, and I start pushing these levels. If that would be of any help to anybody, let me know. Share them freely. I have no idea whether IRT has decided to get its head out of its ass or not. Nope, still on auto screw up mode over here. So I'll have to just close it down somehow. That definitely doesn't like that at all. So I'm going to have to do some maintenance on that when I get back from helping my friend out here at where I have to leave at 1500. Have a really great holiday. Barath, how you doing? Wherever you are, it's 2:44 p.m. This is the stream is live every morning, every trading day at 0800 Central Standard Time in the U.S. And I run live until 1500, which is the cash close. The idea for that is that it is for complete transparency and accountability. No trades are taken off the stream. Everything is as you see it over here. This is Bookmap. My other one there is IRT. This is how Bookmap plots the trades. Everything that I trade, my P&L, everything is all live and direct here. And this is the breakdown in detail for the trades of the day so far. This is my virtual trading journal. So when I say you or something, I'm referring to myself. The idea is that I capture everything on the screens on the video, right? And then my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at the time. And that's how she goes. And I'm going to be pretty happy to shut this mess off at the top of the hour. We got about 3 minutes and a half. And it's been a trying day. Well, not trying, but I'm certainly glad I did it. And that I was cautious to be sure I tested out all of the ins and outs. I will be posting the timestamps into the description here as soon as I can after the stream closes. Yeah, so Kamara, welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. Tell your friends. Sign up, like, and subscribe. Nice of you to drop something in the chat. That's always encouraging. And IRT is... Oh, damn, didn't mean to do that. I certainly don't want to start it over again. I want to be rid of it for good. What am I doing now? I'm all confused here. Yeah. Didn't get to do the backtesting as normal at 2 o'clock at 1400, but we did get the, such as it was, the daily recap. And we're going to shut her down here in about a minute and a half. New all-time high on the ES in the RTH session, so that's a good one. I am just shocked that there wasn't any kind of a reaction to all of these highs up here below the all-time high. You know that there is a whole bunch of stops living up there for all the people that were picking that short, trying to pick the top. That's going to be a very big, that'll be action for sure Sunday night, and also Monday RTH session. Here we go into the close now. We're into the, I don't know if we'll get a closing swing trade out of this or not. I'm not starting up IRT again, so see if I get that ironed out over the weekend. Certainly glad I was used caution here for my, to prove everything rather than the live funded account. Instead, this is the live funded account sim or practice, making sure everything's working. And here we go. Well, we've got 30 seconds for the cash close. And a Friday afternoon, a TGIF, baby. Yes, sir, Bobby. I'm ready. I can tell you that much. I'm ready for a shower, a nap, something to eat, and, you know, get outside, rest those eyes. Remember to do something healthy for yourself. You are the most valuable tool in your trading office. That's sitting right on that side of the monitor. All the time and money we spend on monitors and software and blah, blah, blah. Your eyes and your brain are what take all that input in and make the decision that makes you money. So you need to take care of it. Get out there, once or twice a day, get some soft focus on your eyes, relax those short focused muscles. Stay healthy, stay hydrated, exercise, get plenty of sleep. You know, all of that stuff. Have a great weekend. I'm going to shut it down now. I got to get off and get on to the next, helping my next colleague out. So thanks a lot for dropping by there, Kumar. See you on Monday, I hope.